morning.
Dzień dobry.
Good morning.
Spotykamy się, żeby porozmawiać o
We're meeting here to talk about
produkcji filmowej i na
film production in a different way.
I oczywiście może pierwsze
And
pytanie,
of
które się
course,
rodzi,
the first question that comes to mind
operator
is,
filmowy się wtrąca do produkcji.
why is an operator getting into production question?
Ta decyzja, żeby myśleć
That
o produkcji
decision
filmowej,
to get
z tego,
involved came
że, ja,
from
zrobiłem 70 filmów i może
having made completed 70 movies.
70 filmów w 14 różnych krajach.
I have
Nie, że to były polskie,
created
to były
70
dwa,
movies in
produkcje
14 different
14 różnych krajach.
countries. So the production took place in 14 different countries. So I have one observation that really astonished me.
Masz to? O, dobra, jest. Że
The observation
na
was
świecie produkuje się
that
filmy
in the
w
world,
każdym kraju
the
inaczej.
movies are produced in a different way in each country.
Wśród
The outcome is similar,
jak się te filmy produkuje, są
but the method is different.
największe zdziwienie budzi
So my biggest astonishment
tych różnic.
came from the fact that no one really looks at that closely. No one asks this question, why in one country we do it one way and another in another country. One of the reasons this could be is that 90% of movies being watched in the US, being watched around the world, have been filmed in the United States. So now, as we see some degree of change, especially with Asia and Africa, where I live in Africa, on the channel I have, you only have Hollywood productions.
W związku z tym
So my practical experience from the plan
które mnie zaskakiwały.
are things that are always surprising to me.
Amerykańskiego
I almost got thrown out from the first plan in America
kamerę.
because I ordered only one on camera. Well, I thought that's sufficient. You make a movie one camera. I was not aware that one of the conditions of insurance that you had to have at least two cameras. That's the condition of American insurance, and every American operator is aware of this. And this was my first surprise. So I went through different schools, including Harry Potter,
I zauważyłem też
and I noticed
rzeczą, która ma wpływ na to,
something that
tutaj jestem.
influenced my being here is the fact that the world is changing
Bardziej inną technologię.
and we have ever-changing technology,
Robi się filmy.
and the way we make movies is not changing much at all.
Bardzo głęboko
So it comes deeply from
przyzwyczajeni,
our deep ingrained
głęboko w nas tkwi,
nature,
o czym mówiłem już w pierwszym wykładzie.
and something that I mentioned already in the inaugural speech. We accept new cameras, new technology under the condition that it doesn't really alter our lifestyle and the way we do things. It's like having old, comfortable slippers. The more they fall apart, the more we love them. I notice generally that
Nikt się nie zastanawia, że
other than not being curious about these new methods,
nie stosuje się, bo po prostu jesteśmy zamknięci
it's because we are
w schemat.
a bit close-minded and set in our ways.
Są różne, ja tak
These behavioral patterns that we have,
pokazać, że za
I want to show you first
jednego życia mamy
that in one lifetime we have thing where my family worked with this camera. I come from a family of photographers, my grandparents, my parents, my sisters. And that's what we thought of a drone as I was growing up. And this is what I did with War in Vietnam when I was shooting it. The awareness of the changes we should be aware of this, but we should also be aware of the absurds that go together with it. So we can look at it anecdotally. I got a call from a girl who is a famous director, and she received a Golden Lion Award. And after a month, she met me, and she told me the story that the movie is good is because she went through a bad, terrible event through that movie. She ran out of money. She was refused the money. She had suicidal thoughts. And, well, she decided she's just gonna do something in what she has. And when she started doing it, she realized she was going the wrong way. And then when the money finally showed up, she changed her directions. And I said, I'm very much aware of this. Woody Allen did this the same way. This has been known, and I'm surprised the rookies, they're not aware of this approach. That we don't give the rookies the chance to change directions. You've heard about this story about our Oscar movie. Pawlikowski also mentioned this. This was completely a random event. We had a snowfall, they had a break, and while he was cutting the material, he suddenly came to a realization that the movie was going the wrong way. And then he changed it, he altered it. And the result was the Oscar. And this only happened because of this event. I don't know why they don't do it. Maybe it's because to make it easier, right? We don't really want to change directions. We want to just do it all in a streamlined way. The type of thinking that's also very common in many countries is the sort of departmental thinking. So the movie is worked on by different specialists. Each of them has their separate truck, they have their separate tools. And the problem is these tools, there are many overlapping tools that are the same. And each of them have different equipment. A lot of this equipment in the trucks don't really see the light of day on the plan. It's difficult, although possible, to predict what's going to be needed down to each singular lamp. But the rule is that I lived that rule, and I saw that the moment you start discussing things with producers, the attempt to convince them to do something. This is not about Poland. This is not just Poland. This is all international. My examples are not directed at Poland. In short, producers are very tied to actual movie. You can think of it as a normal state of affairs. It's not always, but I have this feeling that a lot of things are happening under the table and less are happening over the table. There's certain conspiracy almost that we have these groups, interest groups. They design these contracts, these agreements, where you have punishments. These are easy things to go around, and then you pay under the table. You don't do it through official channels. So, in short, I've learned and I came to thinking more than 10 years ago that perhaps we should approach movie making from a different perspective. This is an idea that came with also with Natalie Portman in Israel. And we should use experiences from different countries. The idea of a cinebus, it wasn't mine. This is something I noticed in Iceland. Because of the climate that they have, very variable. It's like a disco, weather disco. Then you have nice weather, you have rain, then snow, and everything is white. But because we don't need the snow, we need a place to shelter, and it's a small country where the movies don't require big backing, therefore the bus is sufficient. There are other buses like Leron bus, where you make video clips, music video clips. You have Yoko Ono involved in that kind of bus. It's very expensive, that bus. That was obviously not my priority to. The cinebus is parked in front of our hotel. If you're interested in seeing the inside of it and receiving the full explanation of the systems that are installed on it, I don't want to spend time here, but I want you to look at this short material about it, and I'll explain later. Cinebus is a small
Cinebus powstaje dzięki wielu partnerom. Mamy szczęście, że spotkaliśmy się z ludźmi, którzy pokochali tą ideę. Cinebus się pojawił na plenerach 2015. Była wielka uroczystość, wzruszająca. Akurat tego dnia gościem naszym była Natalie Portman. Cinebus to jest pojazd do produkowania filmów, a na planie on służy zarówno do podglądu reżyserskiego, równoległego montażu. I chodzi o to, żeby film zmontować w Cinebusie, udźwiękowić, żeby zrobić podstawowe efekty wizualne, kolor korekcję. Ma być też miejscem, gdzie można zrobić realizację aktora. A jednocześnie jest w namiocie sala wykładowo-projekcyjna, która pozwala na wyświetlenie już skończonych prac, czy to po planie, żeby zobaczyć zmontowaną scenę, czy już w okresie postprodukcyjnym oglądać różne wersje montażowe filmu. Ja siedzę przed komputerem, który jest zasilany energią solarną, która tutaj na dachu tego pojazdu została zainstalowana. Nie jest to wystarczająca ilość energii, żeby używać do reflektorów, ale już cała postprodukcja, komputery mogą być obsługiwane za pomocą właśnie tej energii. Będziemy szukać też innych, nowoczesniejszych jeszcze rozwiązań, aby energia, którą poświęcamy na realizację filmu, była oszczędna, żebyśmy nie wyrzucali niepotrzebnie pieniędzy, ale przede wszystkim nie zaśmiecali naszej planety. No dobrze.
Okay. We spent quite a bit of time to develop this according to our needs, not someone else's. We built some 3D models. We talked to different groups. The vehicle was designed to create low-budget movies. This is how you were going to start. So our goal was to build a tool that would enable, as you can see on these drawings of different sections, which department has which side, and then finally this bus came to life. And this is mostly an educational tool. I was thinking that we built something that is going to be needed, that's going to be sought after, and everything was thought through. And evidently you could make cheap, small movies. However, no one in the end wanted to do it, and up until now they still don't. And we have a generator in the trailer, and when we are in a forest, we are independent from external power source. We have an actors nook where actors are separated from everyone else. We have makeup artists. We have a possibility of working remotely. This is the equipment to send the camera signal directly to Cinebus for edition. I'll mention later why it's so important. In the tent, we can build a choreography. You can build a green screen. Sometimes I did a movie when an older man was speaking to an actress from a TV series. The only way you could do this is because she was on the green screen and they were live, and she was playing her part and then she was talking to him. These kinds of things were enabled by the Cinebus. You can see overall plan of it with the tent. It was also a storage place for equipment. It's additional space for storage, a projection room, a choreography place. A normal production, a local movie production looks the following. First, we choose the location, and then everything else has to be located short distance from that main spot. So the Cinebus could bring this, and you could edit and cut this material on a large screen. So you have sort of a house and a studio for post-production. Just so that it's not to come across as if a completely senseless idea, the coming of Natalie Portman was not because of her affection for me or Poland. She simply was grateful for this new model of production, which we used in this movie. The producers didn't want to do this. They didn't want me to do this. They thought this is some crazy off-the-wall idea. But we actually, with Łukasz Baka, was helping me. We got to the point where the Rookies movie, I was involved in many debuts, but it was never the case that the debutant was satisfied. She got everything, and the last shooting picture, I can't really explain everything, but I created one of the ideas that I had was while producing this movie. I'm very well aware that it's absurd that the production team, is waiting for the lunch, for the soup, or you have to make close-ups with a steaming soup, or someone is pouring a tea, or you have some shots of less important actors. So we had a new separate team, second operator, who, with Schwenker, did what Natalie asked for, and it was twice as hard. She was directing and acting. So I insisted not to go around some city and different locations. Let's find one location instead, and we do different choreography in each scene. Natalie, while making a scene as a director in one, she could go to the monitor and see the scenes shot by the second team. So early in the morning we got a scene. That's what we focused on, because we know that's the basis for the second team. We finished this before the lunch, and then she had a lot of time to actually direct what the actors had to play. She was under no pressure of time. She could make 20 versions. We were moving forward with other scenes. Going back to certain rules, production rules of modern production, these 3 rules that are listed are absent in movie production. And that's the heart of each production, of everything in the world. Risk management, agile manufacturing, lean and green manufacturing. These elements are missing. I'll explain. First of all, we build our films and the whole production system and the promotion system is built upon the same things as in 20, 30 years ago, which is a screenplay. The money is given to the director if he passes many committees, and all these committees approve the screenplay, and then the director can produce it. We all know, it's insider's knowledge, that good screenplays lead to bad movies and vice versa. There are some poor screenplays, ones that have a lot of opponents. Everything, for example, the Double Life of Veronique. Double Life of Veronique is terrible, makes no sense, and then it ended up being a great success. So there are examples of opposite situations, because there's no mechanism in reality. If it's not a typical screenplay that's based on characters, but a movie such as Amelie, and it's an older movie, but many of you have seen it, but you cannot describe this movie in a screenplay, because this is white pages. You see white pages, the producers will toss it in garbage, because a white page is a time wasted on the screen. So it turned out that the movie didn't end up to be as long as it seemed in the screenplay. So basically the screenplay length did not go together with the length of the movie. The question then is, why don't we think how to use things or modify things in our movie production, how to modify them to industrial rules? So first of all, risk management. As I said, it's only on paper. Right now it's not necessary. You can do things in draft. A lot of American big-ticket films are designed or done first as a draft. And very often they're like, when they're not 100%, they play a different role. It's more promotional, and this is something that different departments can communicate on. So with Harry Potter, we need to know where live shooting ends and special effects start. And in American system, that's why you have this previs. They used to be storyboards, and then when I was doing Harry Potter, there was this corridor with 550 meters long, and there was one side with all the drafts and photos. Everything was described. The change of an angle of camera changes the cost of the shot. So wherever I was doing the actors, we had lamps in the frame. Then we changed it in post-production. Then the more I have these lights, the more it's going to cost later to fix. So it's a little bit different type of previews at this moment. Having the AI at our disposal, we could do previews that would reveal a lot of things that maybe come from our misconception, our errors or mistakes in our vision that you see. For example, basic error. Basic is when someone walks and talks about, tells different people, promotional people, journalists, the same story. So when they start making a movie, the moment of fascination is past them. It's not the beloved woman. He's close to divorce. It's not the first love. It's becomes worn out. This effect leads to, it's not just the rookies, it's not just them. These are accomplished people doing it. So they're more interested in subplots than the main story. Because this is new, this is something exciting. And everyone knows we can use as many subplots. The number of subplots depends on the strength of the main plots. You cannot have a great Rolls-Royce and put an all rackety engine into it. You can do that. The main device, the emotional pump, is our main plot. And we have this psychological effect. Having a previs, we would be able to avoid that mistake, because then visually we see where things work and where it doesn't. More, having a previs, something that's 90 minutes of our future movie, while making the real movie itself, we don't look at it from the scene's perspective. Each scene could be fantastic, but later on may not even contribute to the story. I remember making the Gladiator of Ridley Scott. The journalist sits in front of him and asks, well, they showed me in the cutting room the execution scene. This is one of the strongest scenes that that I've seen. Why did you throw it out? And he said, that's not my story. A beautiful scene. It was not for his story. It was not his story. Krzysztof Kieślowski did the same. When he did the first cut, he threw out the best scenes. He hurt his movie. He wanted to take the strongest points and check if whatever is left is still making sense. And this is what's creating this creative chaos in his head. And that's why you see what you see on the screen is 60 to 70% different than what we had on the cutting floor. A Blue, for example, was a psychological drama. It's a music movie. It's about opera. And the metamorphosis happened during cutting. He threw out the third character in the movie. He basically reduced her to zero. The journalist was a composer. She was thrown out of the movie. Let me talk about these departments. This is a small plan in the United States, a series. That's what it looks like. And that's what the team looks for King Arthur. And it's half of them. That's just one unit. We don't see the second unit, and we don't see the office staff. And that's how many people there are. I put the Russian doll there because many people there being there. My daughter came in and she asked like a child. And this man, what's his job there? I don't see him every day. I do see him every day, but I have no idea what he does. And then I learned. I used the towers from Germany, and he was the one who yelled, "No, you don't have the certificates." So he was the safety director. He was looking whether you can use this equipment or not. So the teams are huge. The transportation means are elaborate. In Ecuador, I was eating breakfast. At Tucan came in, and I decided to make him a photo, and wanted to illustrate that the most important thing, the very important thing, is risk management, because it can be very costly. It's literally a death sentence for a rookie. So if your first movie is a bad movie, then it may be the last movie you've ever made. Remember, we work in a very risky profession. Only 10% of produced movies are breaking even. So, in general, everything requires financial injection. Without grants, our movies can exist without these grants, and the system is obviously not perfect. It's not just. It can be unfair. An Albanian president decided that AI is going to decide it, saying, well, they have no biases, they are fair. That's the only thing that's fair. The second element that we see missing in the new or current production models also comes from the past. It's about Kieślowski. Kieślowski knew. Kieślowski was a great screenwriter, he was a great director, and he was a genius cutter. He started as a document maker, and that's what really formed him. It taught him that movies they come to life on the cutting floor. You keep that in mind. I often have that sense that directors think, well, when the shooting ends, they feel, I've done the movie. Kieślowski thought the opposite. That's where the movie making starts. So he was aware of this, and he only through the cutting, through his cuts, he could be in control of showing what he wants to show. while he's looking at all the multitude of shots, it's hard to tell. There were some directors, and with Wajda, he was the type of director, when he saw the material, he already knew. And he was expressing this aloud. And it worked. He was right. He had that ability. He had that intuition. And that's why he made so many movies. With Kieślowski, when we were ending shooting at 7 or 8, that's where Kieślowski went to the cutting room every night. He cut scenes from the day's shooting, and he came back to hotel, in fact, at 1 or 2. And then at 7, he was going to shoot. And I believe this is why he's not among us. He thought he had to control. He didn't have that ability to promptly edit. He had to develop the film. He had to have the film go through the whole entire process. There was no impromptu editing on the computer. For many editors, it's very easy to have your own computer, your own little coffee next to you. But from the director's point of view, having that capability to control what's being created is insanely crucial. I was working with a producer in Germany. She had that system, which I thought was very smart and one that contributed to the team. The production was done on weekends, and Saturday morning she prepared breakfast. She invited everyone. They all watched some scenes, some pre-edited scenes from the entire week. So it wasn't like they were tired, which often is the case when we do it after the day. In Harry Potter, we did this during a lunch break. But really, this usually happens after shooting. We go to the projection room, we watch it on the monitor, and from that day. And then the tiredness, the fatigue, doesn't really help this process. This doesn't help the quality and our ability to evaluate our efforts. If we had a system where after 2-3 days we take these scenes and we integrate it into a bigger whole, we don't look at each separate scene as an island. We take them as a part of the greater whole. This is a very important element, which is very typical. This is typical error. They make films that are too long. We feel on the plan that if the longer the movie, the better. My first movie as a director was 3.5 hours long. I spent 8 months in the cutting room to make it shorter. But I did this and I wasn't able to. I couldn't do it. No one taught me this. Again, risk management. The ability to evaluate the time needed. Are we within the time periods? No one's going to change the system of showing the movies for a rookie. No one's going to let the rookie show a 3-hour movie. Spielberg can, not the rookie. So, all in all that work on the plan, the cutting work on the plan, this is an example of what, see the greatness of Ridley Scott. He's sitting in a tent, he's making a multi-million movie, and he behaves like a kindergartner. He doesn't listen to what you tell him. He's just gonna draw. These are his drawings. He's totally focused. He doesn't care there's 5,000 people around. He doesn't care that the helicopter may crash here. These are his toys. That's how he treats the team. They're like Lego blocks to him. This is his world.
Zamyka w storym korycie. Też to jest wielka umiejętność.
This is the ability to focus like him is a great skill.
To dopiero z tego może powstać dobra zupa.
This is just material for a good soup.
Fakt, w jakich rękach,
Depending who gets this chicken
Policja powinna pomóc,
the-
kontrolować.
will determine the quality, the ultimate quality. But the planning stage, the previous, the cell phones, you have thousands of examples. I mentioned this maybe in a conversation
Że myśmy tu kiedyś zaprosili
that we invited
Film Swing Open.
here. We invited two films. This was our goal, actually. One, Fabicki's Love, and the other movie,
Jak się nazywa reżyser? Nie Kwiatkowski,
Wasilewski,
w sypialni.
in a bedroom.
Miłość, tu mogę skłamać, bo już nie pamiętam tego, ale myślę, że kosztowała normalnie, jak wtedy płacił
The Love,
3 milionów złotych.
the cost was about 3 million of the movie,
A film Wasilewskiego
and the Wasilewski's movie, which was privately funded, was 100,000.
wartość produkcyjna,
The production value of both movies were identical.
sama ilość aktorów.
The same number of actors, the same amount of props.
Powiedzenie, że można
Maybe it's an exaggeration to say that you can make a movie for 100,000. A lot of them worked for free,
czyli już
so
wszelkie
some salaries were not part of it. Maybe
przez prywatnie, przez rok
they privately did rehearsals over 1 year. So the movie was shot over 3 weeks, but that's thanks to the preparation period.
przez rok
Through the whole year,
bankiety,
they did
próbowali.
these meetings and they were doing rehearsals. They didn't shoot. They could have.
On potem płonący
They later on in the burning towers, he actually started shooting these rehearsals. He went towards this
można ten
already.
film robić taniej, ale
And then you can make it cheaper.
się rozpływają.
But the 3 million, it seems like the money goes all over the place. It kind of it disappears. It's disappearing. This black hole of the system.
Dobrej woli producentów.
Even if you have goodwill, I'm not attacking Magda here.
To jest atak do systemu.
I'm attacking the system.
Uważam,
But I also think
producenci tacy jak Magda powinni zrobić wszystko, żeby
that producers like Magda should overthrow the system.
tak, oczywiście, zawsze. Ale głośno, jak muchy.
Ja jestem przez mikrofon mogę powiedzieć, ale chciałam nawiązać do tego, co mówisz.
I
bo,
must
y,
say something on what you
ty
said.
mówisz, najbardziej chodzi o to, żeby po prostu też próbować,
Based on what you say,
łączyć
it's
te,
mostly
robić
about
rzeczy, ćwiczyć.
putting
Technologia nam daje do tego
the
możliwości,
new
ponieważ pewne
technology,
rzeczy
put this
robimy
into our work, incorporate it into our work. But when we do professional production, it's also work. And people who do work must be rewarded with money. So comparing something that you can make for 100,000, but how many movies can really be created around that idea?
Magda, poczekaj z tym
Magda,
pytaniem.
can you wait with this question?
To nie jest tak, że ja skończyłem.
It's not like this is not my complete argument.
Teraz zmieni system.
I just gave
Ja uważam, że wydaje
some ideas, but I thought you're spending money pointlessly, but I'll mention it later.
no, mówiłem przed chwileczką.
As I said,
Dlaczego się montuje
why do we
duży okres
cut
produkcyjny? Dlaczego się nie montuje w trakcie? Dlaczego się nie
after? Why don't we cut concurrently? Why don't we put the sound while you're shooting? That's because the cutters and editors prefer it. But doing it on the plan, doing it concurrently, is a great saving move. It's a control move. This way you avoid a lot of waste.
Dlaczego
Why
są tylu pojazdów?
we use so many vehicles in shooting?
Nawiązać.
I want to mention this. I'm showing you something that was created 10 years ago, and in Poland, no one has ever used this cinebus for a drama feature movie. This is because this goes counter to their interests. Henio is my friend, he's my long-term assistant, he's in the camera storage room. When he works, he's looking at his salary plus his van money and the equipment. That's his remuneration. So if anyone wants to take his bus, he wants no workers. It doesn't mean they have to work for less. You can pay more for them. I'm getting a little emotional. I'll get back to this. So in the cinebus we have the dark room for a separate room that's available to directors. They have a plan, you can evaluate it very well. On the other side you have a sound console, you can dub the movie using headphones. Acoustically it's not going to be the same, but it's not about Dolby movies, it's about movies that are low budgets, million zloty movies. So this dubbing doesn't have to be super accurate. This is post-production place, visual effects. We make software like DaVinci that makes all these things, that integrates all these functions in one program. Everything from special effects to color correction. It's all connected to the cloud. It's a wonderful tool. And you have direct communication. You have in the back, you can have a printer there, and so it's a complete equipment. In the pre-productions, it's all about the rehearsals. This is what Magnus mentioned here. It's not really part of any production system. He did it privately. Maybe he got some money grant. For 2 years he was meeting with the actress, and over 2 years he was shaping his movie. This movie got nominated to the Oscar. One reason for this nomination is this preparation work. And you don't have any production system. While you're writing a screenplay, you should think of different ways of controlling and scrutinizing. But there are some screenplays that are easier to evaluate. You have strong characters or genre movies, and there's some screenplays you have very tough time to evaluate. Like Magnus's movie was much more difficult to evaluate the screenplay, whereas the value of the movie was off the charts. Transportation. You have a number of vehicles on each movie plan, and these are often doubled. Everything is in here. We have tons of space for equipment. We have a lot of capability to transport things. Large tripods, large scaffolding. We have compartments, luggage compartments that are very spacious. Can you see my mouse? Yeah, you have this sort of drawer platform coming out. This is an elevator. You can a lift, which you can use to lift heavy equipment. All the tables are can be folded, and you have a lot of free space. And the bus can go on the plan, then it docks back to the tent, and you have promotion. It's not really our topic, but we produce movies where you don't think of existing. They have no chance of existing without promotion. Promotion is mandatory. We did a test with LEDs that cost millions. And this picture from a very dreary day, you can use a laser projector. You can create events for promotion. This is also a scene. It's well protected. You can get on it. So going back to our question, one that Magda mentioned. So professionals do a job, and they have to do a job in certain time frame. So the first thing, directors. So my first lecture already alluded to this. I'm going back now. I want to remind you of something I mentioned. The director's profession is completely overloaded. They have many roles. Screenplay first. It's easier to be a screenwriter and director. It's easier to debut as a screenplay writer, so it's easier for them. And then we see this. The statistics confirm this. They must be also leaders. I lead different educational activities in different schools over the years, and one of my statistics is that I record in my mind is which or who of them is going to be successful. It's not the sensitive ones. These are the ones that are very pushy, who know how to take advantage of the circumstances, people who can organize, people who can coordinate. They're not as sensitive as the others who lack this skill. So they're great at self-promotion, but maybe they don't have the same sensitivity, which is very, very predictable. You see different movies, how often we have director teams. We have many teams, pairs, like Coen brothers. And there's this grouping is important. And there's no reason why these films don't come to life the way music bands are created. It should not be based on the ego of one person. And this is perhaps the system encouraging it. I invite new directors here, invite them here every year. And the same director who says, I did this. On the movie plan, the pronoun changes. It's my, on the movie plan. If he treats his workers that way, then they shouldn't be expected to give anything extra. The system is not built around this teamwork. So when a band gets together, they don't argue who's the leader. But 4 movie makers immediately start arguing. If there are 4 of you, one is promotion, and then you have, and there's also actors. If the actor is a star, then it lifts your group. Among Beatles, there were the bigger names and the lesser names, and later on they went on to become stars.
zadałem pytanie o złośliwe uwagi i sztuczną inteligencję, to sztuczna inteligencja napisała,
When I was
że producenci to są
asking
artyści skompleksowani,
about
scenariuszy
AI, about something sarcastic about producers, is producers are directors without a screenplay. It's a sort of a joke. I
będą producenci, czy są
always hear about producers or should be expecting to see producers that are very creative.
Jeżeli to jest to bardzo rzadki gatunek,
If so, they are very rare. And I understand this. A producer
film w Europie,
making a movie, shooting a movie in Europe, not just Poland, I'm not saying Poland, perhaps Germany,
zarobek zależy
their
od
salary depends on
tego, co oszczędzi.
the savings that he realizes.
Jeżeli na przykład reżyser
So if a director
pobłądził i potrzebuje
is lost, he needs
ta
something,
dokrętka jedno- czy dwudniowa,
extra shooting days are very costly, and they come out directly from the producer
jest
income.
każdy producent europejski ma
So
dylemat
each European
pomiędzy
producer
własnym prywatnym życiem.
has that hard dilemma between the quality of the movie. The trade-off is between the quality of the movie and their
Zarabia się na tym.
earnings. Most movies don't bring any money. They don't bring any profits, and these producers have to live on something. So that the belief that a producer is with you 100% should be very, very light. They work to save money. In each American movie, we had additional days of shooting.
A w tak średnim filmie jak
And King Arthur, we had 2 weeks of extra shooting days.
albo odrzuca film,
Because the studio simply rejects the movie and they refuse to promote it. They write it off. Well, if they don't write it off, then they will do everything to make this movie better. Just like
pozwolono być na
firing the director. So in King Arthur, that's what happened. They let the director be on the plan, but someone else took over.
kolejne kłamstwo,
Another lie,
które jest bardzo bolesnym
which is
kłamstwem.
a very painful lie. There's a position, first director assistant. It's never an assistant to the director.
Jest kłamstwo,
This is a
to
lie.
jest człowiek produkcji.
This is
On
a
na planie. Dlatego
producer's
znowu Magdalena w Polsce
worker. He is the economist on the shooting plan.
kopiują się amerykańskie.
We copy this American system.
Jest człowiekiem, który jest
In America,
prawną,
this person is a legal expert.
prawne
The
zasady
legal
różnych grup zawodowych, a przede wszystkim aktorów.
regulations when dealing with actors and different groups. There's a multitude of legislation in it. He needs to be aware of all this.
On robiąc, bo on
But in fact, when he's working and he's being responsible for the shooting
interes reżysera,
plan, he represents the production. Other than the law regulations, he represents the production team, not the director.
operowych reżyserek angielskich, bardzo zdolnej,
Miss Warner is a very
była gwiazdorska obsada.
talented woman. She had all-star cast with Maggie Smith in Ireland.
Plac zdjęciowy był tak zbudowany, że
The
ona dostała,
shooting
bardzo dużo
plan
wolności wtedy, gdy sceny były kompletnie
was
ważne,
set up that she got a lot for subplots, a lot of resources for the subplots, and then important scenes with expensive actors, strong shots, which are very time-consuming.
bardzo mało czasu. I
She got very little time for those. It's not a bad movie.
dużo lepszy,
It could have become
plan zdjęciowy napisany,
much better had the shooting plan been written appropriately. But it was the way it was set up was it went against the director
taki jest jego
because
pierwszy
it
asystent
went against
Poliszynela
his
dostaje
interest,
premię,
and
jeżeli wszystko
the
jest
reason it was is because the assistant director was looking for savings, and he or she is rewarded for realizing these savings.
zawód, który
Another profession here.
moim,
This is something
to jest mój zawód.
that is in my profession.
Ja nie mówię o filmach
It's
historycznych, o filmach
not about historic movies,
jakichś bardzo skomplikowanych, kreatywnie.
complicated creatively.
Jeżeli robimy film współczesny,
But when we make a modern movie,
w którym z których skorzystamy wnętrza naturalne,
where we use natural interiors,
scenograf nie ma wiele do
then the scenographer is quite idle.
wybiera obiekt zdjęciowy, tak?
They choose the object, the site.
I ja uważam, że te dwa zawody w współczesnych filmach
I think these two professions could be merged in modern cinema.
zgodnie z pewnymi rubrykami, pewnymi
But the money is assigned to different categories. So we have
wniosek do wpisu, to tam są te zawody i na to są pieniądze.
there's a list of professions and the money is there.
Te pieniądze
It doesn't matter whether the money is needed or not. The money is there, so we're gonna assign it.
w jednym czy dwóch wnętrzach naturalnych, które
To what extent, when we have natural interiors, where we maybe move around some furniture, we don't need a scenographer.
też kostiumografa,
It's the same with the
współczesnych filmach,
costume
mają
maker.
swoich własnych ciuchów.
Very often these actors, they just use their own clothes.
Sprowadza się do tego, że idzie do
And
niego
the
do
costume
wujka i
maker
mówi, a to się uda.
basically advises them what to put on
To są pieniądze,
based on their own personal wardrobe.
niestety nie widać.
And the money spent on this cannot be seen on the screen.
To jest rzecz, którą chciałbym powiedzieć wam o scenografię. Jakby
I wanted to mention the scenographer in general sense.
Na tym zdjęciu, które widzieliście poprzednio, chcę, żebyście zwrócili uwagę na to.
On this picture, I want you to pay attention
Konstrukcja wyglądała
on
tak.
this
Ta linia
construct,
ciągła, to
the
jest taki
structure.
mur. Ten
The
mur
the
był
the
długości 1
line is the wall. It's 1.2
ten
kilometer.
szerokości u góry,
The
7
width of
szerokości,
the
u góry
wall
był 3
was
metry szerokości.
3 meters and the height was 7.
Miejsce to była ta wielka brama, którą
This is the
widzieliście.
great
Tego
gate
nie
that you
widzieliście,
just
był
saw.
wielki fort
This you couldn't
zbudowany
see.
tutaj.
There's a big fort
Jak ja
built.
przyjechałem do
And
Irlandii,
when I came to Ireland,
ta konstrukcja już była prawie
this
gotowa. Zasada.
setup was almost complete. So the rule is basically that the scenographer comes in first. He's the one responsible to build all the props and structures.
Teraz, jak ja tam przyjechałem,
So once I arrived,
to rozśmieszyło.
this was laughable.
Tego muru się nie dało w całości sfotografować.
It was not possible to photograph, fit this whole wall in one shot. Even if I had a wide shot, I couldn't have this in my frame.
Tu zbudował
He built a lot of like stables, and we used only one, so it was pointless.
Ale najgorszą rzecz,
The worst thing was
tu, przed tym
here
murem,
in front of this
odbyła
wall.
się bitwa największa
There was a
w
battle
Arturze,
in this
a
movie,
wschód
the largest
słońca
battle,
był tu, a
and
zachód tu, czyli słońce ciągle,
sunrise was from this side
słońce ciągle waliło
to
w
this
podwórko.
side. So the sun was always shining
Tyłem do tego muru.
directly on this wall,
Konstrukcja kosztowała
and
12 milionów
my
dolarów.
cameras were against
Całą
this.
tą scenę
So the whole thing
jakby
cost
12
12
milionów
million.
miał za swoimi plecami.
So the 12 million
To się bierze. No bierze też
dollars were behind my back during the whole battle.
jeszcze producent
So where does it come
pieniędzy
from?
i może
Well, so first it comes from the fact that
bardzo dużo
at the beginning of the
scenografii
shooting, the budget is full,
mają- są
and the scenographer first, they are able to use this money.
doświadczenia.
They don't have much experience with
Scenariusze.
actually movie making. They build buildings, structures for a living. They don't build it for movies.
A co ja mogłem zrobić w tym momencie, jak już zaczęli wydawać pieniądze?
Pytałem, czy skoro
So
wydali tyle
if
pieniędzy na
they
ten mur, to
spend
nie
so
próbowali
money,
zmuszać do tego, że
couldn't you
trzeba
have
ten mur pokazać nawet,
you couldn't have insisted on showing this wall anyway?
Kamery,
So use it in the shadow
No to wiadomo,
and
ale
use a
właśnie próbowali
hand
zmuszać, no.
shot.
ale
Did they
argumentując
insist on it
pieniędzmi.
because of the sunk cost?
Tam byli, rozumiesz, do
You have to understand what is it about. You have an American movie. There was a director who before Black, he did. This is about like experienced policeman with a new cop, and he did this movie. It was well received, and for the first time he arrived in Europe, and he was doing about this fundamental myths of Anglo-Saxon culture. So everyone in this team, every specialist, stuntman specialist, lighting specialist, everyone would have done it differently. They all have experience and they would have done it perhaps differently. But he was the boss. He determined everything. That's how it works. To me, it's absurd. It was a mistake of the producer that he actually got this guy on this project. There were two teams. I had 14 cameras in one, and the other one had 4 cameras. And they asked me from the second team that they could perhaps use 2 additional cameras. So I told my 2 operators to go to that second team. And on this day, there arrived on the plan. We had a big delay, so that's a vice director was visiting from Disney, and he was observing. He took a phone, being next to me, literally, maybe here. He called someone, and a minute later, I get an agent calling, and he's asking why 2 cameras went to that other side. So the question wasn't asked directly, the question was relayed through my agent. This is absurd. There are thousands of these absurds. This is their money. We're not worried. They're throwing money throwing money away. This is about us. This is about make beginner starting movies for less. How to use the funds that you do receive most wisely. Sparks and grip. We work inside. Everything sparks the grip. They have cables. They just set it up, and they don't do anything. They set it up and drink coffee and basically are a menace. We work outside. We have grip, crane. They light people, don't do too much. It really depends on the country. In Mexico, these groups work together. So the moment grips are there, that's where the light people, the sparks work, the electricians work together too. It's all very efficient. Try to do this in Poland. Try to make someone work this way in Poland, just like our cinebus, which is designed for small teams. Lighting firm, the best lighting firm was formed in Poland. I told them to start this company, and I chose them for my projects. And Black Hawk Down and King Arthur, he learned how to do this in large productions. So he was indebted to me for this opportunity, and he always sent equipment, a bus with equipment here. The moment, though, I suggested to make a movie or a team, let's make a team of combined grip and lighting. And he said, Sławek, you can ask for anything. but not that.
Bo to jest przeciwko interesom
This
bohaterów
goes
autobusu.
strictly against their interests.
Ale to jest
And this
wygodę,
is
no bo
one of the
ja się
reasons the
dziwię, dlaczego
bus
jakiś
was never
producent,
used.
jakiś młody człowiek, nagle my nawet w pewnym momencie
Sometimes
wybieramy wam
I
za
wonder,
darmo, nic nie będzie
we
za
have young directors and we
Ale
say,
trzeba zorganizować
hey, you
taką grupę
can have a
grupową, pracować
bus
w takim układzie, wymieniając się,
available.
nie,
We won't charge you for it. And
ja nie
then
pracuję,
they
to
say, no, this is not my thing.
Przykład mam
I'm
taki,
separate.
no, mówimy
I don't
o
want to do
Jestem
this.
w Nowym Jorku, robię zdjęcia,
In New York, I was shooting
pioruny na dachu,
a thunderstorm
jestem
on the top of some kind of round skyscraper. All the towers, everything,
samo wywiezienie sprzętu 50
the whole
wtedy, to w tej chwili.
the whole lift of
Parę reflektorów na
the
drugim
equipment was
dachu,
$50.
na drugim dachu.
And there's a team on the other land skyscraper that
Wszedłem,
was
czasami jakieś światło było źle ustawione, więc posyłam elektryka.
giving me
Zjeżdża
lights.
te
So
parę
I
pięter w dół.
send an electrician to fix a light to the other one. He goes down
No i
through
zaczynam
and
tak,
up,
ja
and
w
he
pewnym momencie
tries
sobie
to
pomyślałem,
fix
że
it.
lepiej będzie, jak
Then I
przesunie-
thought
przesunie przesłonkę.
maybe he should put the curtain
Zostaw tą lampę,
off.
przesuń
So I
flagę.
say, leave the
Bardzo
lamp.
dobra idea,
move
to
the
nie mój
shade.
departament. On nie ma
And he
prawa
said,
dotknąć tego.
Yeah, that's a great idea, but I cannot touch this. So he came down,
A ten drugi jedzie do góry.
and
I
then the
przesuwa.
other one came in and moved the curtain.
W amerykańskim systemie.
In American
To
system,
nas nie dotyczy, no ale
it shouldn't really affect us.
To musi umrzeć. No.
It must die. In American system,
Ustawia lampę, a
the
już wchodzi w tą
light
lampę, to
is
musi
set
ustawić.
by
I on
one,
nigdy
and
nie
the
powinien
grip
tej lampie. On musi zrobić
has to
osobny
have the
statyw
lamp.
I osobną rampkę na ten. A jak ja robiłem pierwszy film amerykański, już były
And when I was
dobre
making
takie
my first
takie
American movie,
takie pneumatyczne.
there were nice pneumatic carts, and I ordered one of those.
I ci gripowca popatrzyli,
And the
to
grips
powiedziałem,
they
że to
looked
jest, ja
at
mówię,
and
proszę, jak
thinking like,
pracuje.
what is this?
A
I
oni
explained to
robią
them,
jazdę na robili.
and they used to
Znaczy zmieniło się, ale nie do końca. Robili na western dolly.
they used Western
Szyny
dollies.
się zakłada,
So
nie ma
you
szyn
had
taki gotowy, jak my mamy właśnie do Pantera.
Rails, literally. You have
Rury się wpierw łączy,
you
do
have
poprzeczki się zakłada.
you have pipes, you have
No i pierwszy dzień
rails,
postawcie mi jazdę.
and
To co oni
put-
robią?
put
Stawiają
this
western
down.
dolly, a na
They
ten
put the western dolly,
moją dolkę.
and then they
Natomiast
put
ich nauczyłem, że to nie
my
tak i
cart
tak.
on
Oczywiście
it.
był bunt, bo na przykład dźwiękowiec
And they were
powiedział,
against
"Nie jest
it.
dla mnie miejsce".
Whereas-
Wykluczalne, że
whereas
tam dalej jeździ.
The sound
Bo on nie chce chodzić, tylko on chce jeździć tym. Po 4 dniach
producer was upset about having no place for himself. After 4 days, they actually broke my cart. They just refused to do it. They sabotaged it. They didn't want it to have it on the set. What else can I say?
Że to tak się skończy.
I knew that's how it's gonna end.
Nie mam żadnej wątpliwości. Tylko smutno mi,
I feel certain sadness that this was not used. Yes, it's used in education. It went to France, went to Germany. We did some Netflix teams. We use it here. Right after, we go to Cinebus education course elsewhere. It's being used all the time for education, but that was not its intended role. It was designed to make cheaper European system and to perhaps force some change. Why we always have to have all this waste in the system? Packing, unpacking, logistics is so crucial, but we take up so much time. And on the plan, this is what takes so much time. It's a problem. Magda, your turn.
Mam takie pytanie praktyczne.
I have a practical question. So if the participants here,
Przyjeżdżają osoby, które tutaj łączą się
what
właśnie w takie grupy
if
filmowe.
people are perhaps involved in
Gdyby te
groups
osoby
and they
chciały
wanted
korzystać
to
z
use the
autobusa,
Cinebus
Cinebusa poza, czy mogą,
outside
czy
of
macie
the
jakieś takie, nie wiem, warunki,
festival?
które
Do
trzeba
you have
spełnić
certain
dla takiej grupy
conditions that have
filmowej,
to be
która
met
chciałaby ten
before
autobus
they
po
receive the
prostu
bus?
wypożyczyć i dbać o niego, ale też w ramach tej idei zrealizować film?
Zdecydowanie, jeżeli ktoś do nas
Yes,
przyjdzie,
absolutely. If you come to us and you show us a project, and it's and they're ready to execute the project that's exactly congruent with its role, not something that is outside of the role. They wanted to use it as a camper, for example. We have this kind of proposal, hey, use it as a camper. That's not the purpose of this bus. I'm not willing to have it used that way. Yeah, there is a kitchen, there's a living space, and makeup room, but we really want a project and a team that really wants to be using it in its intended purpose. This should be their number one tool in making the movie. We are absolutely ready to provide this bus at no expense. On your side, there must be insurance, there must be our driver, the driver has to be from us, and the technical support, and a person who's going to coordinate and help you with all the systems in the bus. We have tons of equipment there. Microphones, microports, we have some lights. Maybe it's a little bit outdated. So, absolutely yes. But you must be aware of the way of use it. So this is not to be a side prop where you make a movie the traditional way and the bus sits on the side. There are certain shortcomings of the bus. This bus cannot be used to shoot things in Old Town because the bus is big. So there are some limitations you have to be aware of. So as anything, you have pros and cons. We are very well aware of these. We won't be hiding it. So if you have a project where you go through some kind of off-road conditions, no, it won't work. If you go off-road, the bus is not going to reach that place. You're going to have a big problem getting it out of the mud. So, yes, we are open. And one of the reasons I mentioned it all here is I'd love to have this bus being used. Up until the moment this bus becomes look-alike to what you see on the screen, I want this bus to be used. So we need to build a team that would be capable of taking advantage of the bus, but the group with the will to test this and to adapt to its capabilities. So it's hard to make a movie, a costume movie, or maybe one that where you're going to many locations. When you write this project for the Cinebus, you have to take into consideration its limitations. So I no doubt about that. You can treat it as a technological center where you have the editing and dubbing and maybe logistics center, but the idea was about the fact that 90% of European productions are low budget. And those are not costume movies. These are small plan movies. There are movies made inside. That's the reason this is the goal this was designed for, not American. This is a vehicle that's quite versatile, but it's for low budget production. That's the most movies that are being created. This is designed to be able to fit your project within the budget, that the money is used very efficiently. if you start using the system, the money will be going through some inefficiency.
To proszę po kolei.
Ja się zastanawiam, być może pan się do tego odnosił, ale nie byłam na...
Perhaps you mentioned this
Czy
before.
ten źle funkcjonujący
So the faulty system,
ma jakieś poziomy
does it
złego
have
funkcjonowania w
some
zależności od kraju? W tym sensie, że
levels?
ja
Is
ostatnio lata
the
mieszkałam na Islandii, tam pracowałam w filmie,
the
więc znam
efficiency
islandzki
dependent
system,
on a
no i
different
ten
country?
hollywoodzki, bo tam się
So
kręci
I was
dużo filmów,
in
natomiast znam w
Iceland,
wymiarze minimalnym,
and I know
ale
it
z
a
tego,
little
co
bit.
zauważyłam,
My knowledge of
to
Polish
mój
is
pierwszy wniosek po prostu
not
taki, a faktycznie widziałam na tych
it's not
hollywoodzkich
expensive.
polskich produktach, że po
So
prostu
compared to Icelandic
ja
and
nie wiem.
American system, the Polish
w sensie jest to wręcz po prostu takie niesprawiedliwe w kontekście społecznym, jak się o tym pomyśli, że tam po prostu marnuje się tyle pieniędzy,
the
które
waste of
mogłyby być na
money
coś innego. Ale
uh,
zastanawiam się, czy to nie jest tak, że Hollywood
isn't it
wiadomo,
so
ma
that
dużo
Hollywood
pieniędzy
has a
do
lot of
dysponowania,
money
a Islandia też jest dużo
and
bogatszym krajem
Ireland
niż
is
Polska, bo w Polsce na
more
przykład z mojego
affluent than
krótkiego
Poland?
doświadczenia, jednak
Because
wygląda
in
to
Poland
zupełnie inaczej.
it
Na
doesn't
tych
look the
planach
same,
hollywoodzkich
but
czy
when on
islandzkich
Hollywood or
planach siedziałam
Icelandic
tygodniami, nie
plans,
miałam kompletnie nic do
they are
roboty.
very
A
wasteful.
oczywiście dostawałam za to
But I was
za
getting
to
paid a
pieniądze.
lot.
Przyzwoite pieniądze, no tak. Ja wiem, no znam to.
I know, I'm
Więc
very well of
Na
this.
planach amerykańskich ludzie śpią.
American movie making is about people sleeping. They must sleep. And the American technician, they work very far from the spot. He works 12 hours, drives for 2 hours each way, and has 4 hours of sleep. So it's tolerated. The napping during the day is tolerated. When you have 12 people of electricians, so 6 are working and 6 are napping. No one is bothered by this.
Jest oficjalne,
It's not
ale
an official
tajemnica
policy,
profesjonalna, że
but
oni muszą
it's
odpocząć.
understood that they must rest due to the particular schedule that they follow.
Mogę też godzinę na temat mówić.
I can speak for an hour about the absurds,
Tych przykładów,
but the examples
absurd goni
are
absurd.
aplenty
W Ameryce jest bardzo dużo.
in the United States.
Ze związków zawodowych.
And the stem of this, root the stem of this, are the unions. This is very unionized.
No ale nieważne, no w każdym razie związki zawodowe,
The unions
związki zawodowe decydują,
decide
co można, co nie można.
what you can and cannot do.
Pracowników,
The number of workers,
ja dzięki związkom zawodowym
thanks to the
dwukrotnie. Mogę powiedzieć anegdotę.
unions,
Anegdot amerykańskich.
I
Taki,
earned money on one movie twice.
w Australii,
I was making a movie in Australia,
film w Berlinie,
and I
propozycję trzeciego
did another movie in Berlin, and then a proposal for a movie in New York.
film, to był film,
It's an interesting movie.
10 przykazów.
The title is
Ja robiłem już wszystkie ślady.
Ten
Wiedziałem,
Commandments.
co mnie zaangażowało.
I knew
O zabijaniu, czyli
I worked with Kieślowski on a short film about killing, so that's number 5.
tam do tego
So I agreed. So I went to New York,
agentem byłem
but with my agent,
ostro na noże, że ja
I was really in sharp disagreement
swojego
that
asystenta
I have certain conditions, that I have a Polish
ten
partner,
pierwszy DOP, direct
and the fact that first DOP,
oświecenia,
it's about only light,
to jest
and the person working the camera is camera operator, and they exclusively do camera. I couldn't do any other way.
i wszystkich tych filmach jakoś nam się udawało.
So we were able to do this. We were using different tricks where I signed this agreement. I came to the US. I got Łukasz involved, Łukasz who lived in New York. He was not an operator. He was on vacation in Poland. Got him involved, and we were getting ready for this. The only reason I needed Łukasz is to help me with getting ready. So I didn't know the groups in New York, the New York environment. So I needed someone to guide me through this this process. And they came and said, listen, we have a problem with Łukasz because we agreed that he'd work, but he's not a member of the union. And I don't care, I have it in the contract. So here's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna get someone from the union, but I don't need him, but we must. Okay, I went along with this. Łukasz comes in, and we are getting ready for the movie. We start. So we do exactly what we were working on, this scene on the roof. And there's a visitation visitation from the unions, and I don't work with the camera. And we have these crane specialists, a pneumatic crane, a French model, very complicated. I was not caught where I was using the crane. And I got a call from a producer known from cooperation with Zanussi, nice guy from Universal, and he calls and he must meet me for lunch. I knew what was coming. And he says, Sławek, I have two news, one good one and one bad one. Tell me the bad news. You can't operate this movie. And then he says, wait, there's a good movie. We pay you twice. And I agreed. Yes, said the uncorruptible Idziak. To make it even funnier, he says, we need someone who's shooting, camera operator from the union. So in addition to the assistant, who was a former operator of the director, I wasn't too thrilled with this, but I met him, it was okay. And from the very beginning, I said, I still want to operate the camera. The unions are happy, but I want to do it. So I had two redundant people on the plan. I was paid twice, and I ended up operating the camera. So it's also a sad story. It was a great screenplay. It was a funny comedy. And every day, the system, the way it works, they send this materials to Los Angeles, to the evaluation group, and they give feedback. When Ridley Scott is shooting, no one gives him any type of feedback. But if it's a rookie, then they get a lot of feedback. So in the end, the feedback destroyed the movie. They made the movie more and more insanely funny, and the humor of the movie was centered on this sort of detached nature of the protagonist, and he climbed the roof of the skyscraper. He was cursing his fate, and suddenly a lightning comes and kills his dog, and then he decides to break all the 10 commandments. Within the family, he decided to break every single commandment. There was a potential for comedy here. However, the feedback change the character to the point where it became not funny, and we never heard of this person again. And he was a potentially very talented movie maker.
Taka refleksja też, że
My reflection is
zawsze mam w głowie to, co Stanley Kubrick przy swoim ostatnim filmie
I always
powiedział, bo
think about
był
what
pan
Kubrick said.
Oczy szeroko zamknięte.
This was about Eyes Wide Shut.
To był film Oczy szeroko zamknięte
This
Kubricka,
was
to był film, który kosztował $65
Kubrick's
milionów.
Eyes Wide
Ale nie
Shut
dlatego, że
cost
produkcja była
$60
rozbuchana,
million.
tylko dlatego, że aktorów miał zarezerwowanych na kilka miesięcy.
And that's because
Natomiast
he
na
had
samym planie
actors
zdjęciowym to
reserved for
Paula
months.
Thomasa Andersona, który
But
tam
on the
robił.
plan, and we know this from Anderson, who was
a zapytał, dlaczego
apprentice,
ty masz tylko 8 ludzi na
why
planie?
do you
To tam
only
po
have
prostu jest
8 people on
maksymalnie
the plan?
ograniczona ekipa. A Kubrick po
Which
prostu
is
spojrzał na niego i powiedział, a po co ci więcej?
Kubrick says,
Realnie,
why do you
po co
need
ci
more?
więcej? A potem
What do you need
Thomas
more
Anderson
for?
robi
And
gigantyczne
Anderson
filmy za potężne
makes
pieniądze
these
i
huge
dalej
productions.
ma gigantyczne ekipy.
And he has huge teams, yes.
No, ale Kubrick to też oczywiście,
On był odjechany. No, na przykład
Kubrick was really out there. He was doing operator trials. So operator always had to go through technical tests, even though the lenses were hand selected. He called a maker and he demanded 50 lenses. He selected one out of the 50. He was a great artist, little bit out there.
Jeszcze jakieś pytanie?
Any more questions?
Czy macie już dosyć Idziaka? Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I jeszcze raz przypominam,
Once
że mamy
more,
zabawę
I remind you about the fun on Saturday. Come up with great ideas so we have something to remember and cherish from our meeting. Flash mob is at 2:30 and the second part is at 6 p.m. I urge you to come. Thank you very much.
Czy to był... O, to chyba był znak. Dobra,
I think that's the
słuchajcie,
sign.
opowiem wam całą my zostaliśmy trochę zaskoczeni.
We're a bit surprised.
Bardzo, ponieważ zaskoczyło nas to, była taka sytuacja, że jechałem
Was
samochodem.
surprise to me.
Zadzwonił do mnie
driving,
Sławek i pytał
and
się, jak się
Sławek
nazywa
asked
nasz
me,
wykład. Ja jechałem
what's the
samochodem
name
i
for our
pisałem, jaki
lecture?
wykład?
And I'm like,
Słuchajcie,
what
no ten wykład,
lecture?
który będzie.
Well, this lecture that
Powiedziałem,
you are going to give here.
jak ja to nazwałem, próby
called
opowiadania
it,
historii kamerą filmową? Coś takiego.
Attempts
No w
to
każdym
tell a
razie rzecz
story
polega
with a
na tym, o
camera.
co mi chodziło tak naprawdę.
Well,
O
that's
czym możemy
basically
sobie porozmawiać,
it
co
in the
nie jest
nutshell.
takie, częste i o czym trochę
We don't.
teraz to się dzieje jakby tutaj w ramach 4 grup. To jest kwestia współpracy
We see this in probably
na
4
różnych
groups here.
poziomach osób
It's the
związanych
cooperation
z produkcją filmową i o tym, jak się
of people
scenariusz może
involved
przekładać na obraz i jak
in production
w ogóle pisać
process and
scenariusz
how
pod obraz i jak obraz może egzekwować dany
the
scenariusz.
photography reflects the
Ja w
screenplay and
swojej
vice versa.
swoim
I,
doświadczeniu miałem to szczęście, że
In my
pracowałem
experience, had the
w większości, nie zawsze tak się
fortune
zdarzało, ale w większości
of working
przypadków
with
z osobami, z którymi się bardzo dobrze rozumiałem.
people that I
Pracowaliśmy w większych
understood
grupach,
very
czy to
well.
były grupy jeszcze jak byłem scenarzystą, jak reżyserem,
well, I was
czy ten, grupy bardzo ściśle ze sobą działające, nie było jakby, więc właściwie od bardzo
And
wczesnego etapu
from the very beginning,
powstawania tekstu wiele osób było
of
w ten tekst w jakiś
text
sposób
creation,
zaangażowanych.
a lot of people were
Chodzi o
involved.
to, że nie jest to zaangażowanie
It's
takie,
not
które
just
sprawia,
involvement that
że to jest
makes
jakiś
it
wpływ na waszą pracę scenopisarską, czy że to jest jakiś
direct
to jest kwestia
influence
pewnych
on you,
ustalenia pewnych reguł
but
gry
it's
i pewnych
about
rzeczy, które są
setting up
możliwe, a które
certain
nie są możliwe.
rules.
Oczywiście scenarzysta odpowiada
Of
w dużej
course, the
mierze za
screenwriter
historię, no ale ta
is
historia
mainly
musi zostać jakoś
responsible
przełożona i musi być
for the
możliwa do
story,
zrealizowania.
but it has to
Również
be
scenariusz,
translated, obviously,
niezależnie od tego,
in certain ways.
co może dotychczas słyszeliście. Ja
And
jestem głęboko
regardless
przekonany,
what you
że
heard so
scenariusz
far,
jest dokumentem
I-
technicznym dla ekipy.
To me,
Scenariusz
the
to nie
screenplay
są,
is the technical
akty
document
strzeliste literatury
for
pięknej,
the-
ani
for the
to nie
team.
jest nic,
This is
co-
not
co-
some
co-
kind
co
of
jakby
work of
istnieje
art that it's
poza
a separate
planem
being.
filmowym. Scenariusz
It
to
does
jest
not
dokument
exist
dla ekipy
outside of
filmowej
the
i,
shooting team.
dlatego wydaje mi się, że
And it
praca,
seems to me that
że scenarzyści powinni
the
pojawiać się
work
na
of the
planach filmowych, ale nie dlatego, żeby
screenwrites
pilnować
is not to
zgodności
be
obrazu z tekstem, bo to się nigdy nie wydarzy.
the
Natomiast
keepers
widzicie, jak ta
of
maszyna
authenticity
pracuje, jak
of
ona
their
funkcjonuje, jak
screenplays,
ona,
but it's more of a
jak duże kompromisy
how
czasem
far,
trzeba iść, co powoduje, że
how
coś wygląda w danym momencie
much
tak, a co inaczej,
can you
żeby
compromise
zrozumieć,
on
co tak naprawdę w danym tekście
in
jest
order
istotne,
to,
a co istotne nie jest.
uh,
Wczoraj opowiadałem taki
in order
przykład, który
to
wydaje mi się dość
express
dobry,
the
że,
main ideas in the text.
ja często
One
czytam
example is,
scenariusze i widzę,
I
że w
often
scenariuszach nie ma scen.
see screenplays and
Scena
I
to
don't see
oczywiście
scenes.
Formalnie one są zapisane. To jest
I mean,
jakiś
formally they are
moment,
there.
jakaś,
There's some
jakiś
number of a
opis,
scene, there's some kind of
natomiast,
description.
tak
But
naprawdę jakby
in
przeanalizować,
fact,
to nie jest scena.
when you
Scena jest
analyze it,
programu
it's not a
scena
scene.
powinna mieć najlepiej jeden temat i scena
The
powinna
scene should be focused
jakiś
on one
swój
thing.
przebieg.
It should have certain
I
plot
najlepiej
in it.
jakby film opowiadał jak najwięcej
It's,
obrazem, a jak najmniej dialogiem. Ja
best
widzę
when a
zupełnie inną
movie
tendencję.
shows
Te
the
filmy, w których
most
jest jak bardzo dużo
with-
dialogu, a bardzo mało obrazu i bardzo mało
with
scen.
photography
Jestem o
and
tym
the
głęboko
least about
przekonany,
dialogue.
że,
And I'm convinced
obraz czy
that
gest mówią dużo więcej niż
photography, image should be the focus. They
słowa i
really
jakikolwiek dialog. Dialog jednak często
are the key.
umyka widzom,
The dialogue,
często
overloaded
jest jak
dialogue
tym
is
drugim czy
something
trzecim
that
dopiero poziomem
the
łapania
audience
informacji.
doesn't
Obraz nam zawsze
reach
zostanie
the
po-
audience. The image
dialog
reaches the audience
różnie z
first,
tym bywa.
and the dialogue is second or
I,
third.
praca z operatorem, dobrym,
Working with the
mądrym
operator,
operatorem, który
a
jest
good
też
operator,
polega trochę
and
też
one
na
that
tym,
is very
że jest w stanie ci
sensitive
powiedzieć, że pewne
and
dialogi mogą
perceptive
przejść w obrazie.
is
To nie jest potrzebne,
the
ten
advice
dialog, że ten dialog można
what
opowiedzieć w inny sposób.
can be
Również
told about the image
aktor
with
często
the
jest w stanie wam to powiedzieć.
image instead
Ja
of the
nie muszę
text.
tego mówić, ja to zagram.
What
Różnie to bywa czasami, ale przeważnie
some
dobra, ktoś to
things
zagra.
don't need to
Jakby
be
w
said.
sensie takim, że
An actor
jest
can
wam
play
w stanie-
certain
w stanie
things, not
coś
say
powiedzieć,
them.
A im, myślę, mniej słów będzie w waszym filmie, tym
The
film będzie
less words you have in
bardziej
your
wieloznaczny.
movie, there will be more meanings to your movie.
Wczoraj sobie tak o tym trochę myślałem i myślałem, jak te scenariusze mówić wam.
I was thinking about it yesterday and what to tell you about the screenplays. And he'll also tell you about the way he works on the text.
Jak to zrobić w taki sposób, żeby ten tekst
How to do it in a
dobrze
way
się przekłada.
so that the text
To,
comes
na czym wam
across
zależy w
well,
tekście, jakby
and
pod
stuff
względem
that
obrazu,
you
to
care
nie
about
zawsze tak jest.
ends up on the
I
screen.
jest taka zasada,
It's not always that way.
amerykańska.
There's
Wydaje
that
mi się, że
American
amerykańskich
rule.
zasad wcale nie jest takich głupich.
Many of these
To
American
jest
rules are not
zasada
stupid at
didaskalia
all.
na dwa palce.
This
Ja
is
bardzo często dostaję
things,
teksty, które didaskalia, po prostu czytam,
of
jakbym Wojnę i Pokój czytał.
subtleties and details should be just with two fingers.
Scenarzysta nie jest trochę
We
od
don't
odwalania
need
roboty
these
scenografów,
details.
kostiumografów, charakteryzatorów,
We don't need all these
operatorów.
extra
To są zdolni
hints
ludzie, oni
and
wiedzą, co robią.
and
Nie trzeba im
detailed
tego
descriptions
oni
of
zbudują
every
cały ten
single
świat.
element
Istotne jest
of the
to,
set.
żeby pisać to, co
What
naprawdę
is
dla
important
historii jest
is,
ważne, czyli zaznaczamy
to
tylko rzeczy,
make sure
które
what
są istotne.
crucial
Jeżeli
points
jakiś
are
mebel
for
jest
the
istotny dla historii, to go
for
zaznaczamy.
the story. So if
Jeżeli
a
jest
piece of
formą
furniture is
tego, jak
extremely
wyobrażacie
important,
ten
we
świat, ale dla historii,
mention
dla
it.
opowiedzenia nie ma
Whatever
większego
element of the
znaczenia,
world
tego nie
is
zaznaczamy. O
important.
co chodzi?
If something
Chodzi o
is
to,
not
że
key
jeżeli
to the
na to
story, you
didaskali
should not be
będzie
including
dużo,
it.
będzie
If
dużo
there's
tego
too many
powiedziane, to to, co
of
naprawdę
these
istotne,
details,
to przepadnie. No nie,
then
nie,
it's
tego
going
po
to
prostu
all
nie
drown
będzie.
out
Ktoś
and
pomyśli
not be
sobie,
noticed.
No dobra, no, ważny jest czerwony płaszczyk.
So
no to
we don't know what's
zaznaczamy
important.
tylko
So
przy jednej postaci
let's say
czerwony
a
płaszczyk,
red
tak?
jacket is
Natomiast jeżeli
important.
będzie
then
ważny
we-
czerwony płaszczyk, ale wy też opiszecie 70 innych osób,
we,
które mają żółte,
mark
niebieskie,
this,
zielone
and then
płaszczyki.
If we
To być może
start
czerwony
describing
pojawi,
every
bo ktoś
jacket out
czytając
there, the
scenariusz
blue,
powie
the
sobie,
yellow
to nie jest
jackets,
istotne, to nie jest
then
istotne, po prostu
those are not
scenarzysta ma
important.
taki kaprys, że opisuje płaszczyk.
And for some reason you are
Mówię to
going
jako
into
pewien
describing
skrajny
colorful
przykład, no, ale tak
jackets.
jest. I to jest coś takiego, że
It is
fajnie jak
something
dokument jest w stanie
where
scenariusz
it's great
do pewną delikatną tonację
when a screenwriter,
pokazać tego, jak film powinien wyglądać. Nie wiem,
explains
jak
the
to, jak wam to
tonality of the
przedstawić, bo to
movie.
nie jest
It's hard
łatwe,
for
bo
me
to
to
oczywiście
explain.
tonacja
It's
powstaje
not very easy. The
trochę w pracy
tonality of the
późniejszej,
movie
ale
really is
sprytnie
created
napisany
later on.
scenariusz jest w stanie
However,
zasugerować to, w jaką stronę
a
idzie.
smartly written
Którzy
screenplay
którzy go
can
czytają
really get it across
i
to
potem
the
mają
reader,
jakby z niego czerpać
and then
inspirację dla
it lets
dla
them
swojej pracy.
be inspired
A
for
ważne,
their
żeby
future
twórcy
work.
przeczytali te
It's really
scenariusze,
important
więc
for
dobrze,
the
żeby ten scenariusz
creators to be
to od razu
read by the
didaskalia, o których mówiłem wcześniej,
the
było
creators
to,
and
że,
getting
może,
bogged down in the details
wiele
make
osób
it too
wpada
long, and a lot of people simply don't read
No i
it.
w takim idealnym w ogóle
The
dla mnie,
ideal
w idealnym świecie w ogóle
world,
produkcja filmowa
in an
to jest tak
ideal
zwany
world,
metod,
the
jest bardzo po macoszemu w Polsce traktowany metod.
one of the important things is the previs, which for us in Poland is often neglected, and it's the one element
Moim
that
zdaniem
to me
idealnie
is
by było, jakby był maksymalnie
foundational.
rozciągnięty.
For
Moim
me,
marzeniem
this
jest
should
posiadanie takiej grupy ludzi, która
be
jest w
maximally
stanie
long.
rok wcześniej zacząć
I
pracować
want
nad
to
którymś
make, when I make a movie, I want a year
rozmową z tym.
beforehand already to start working on the screenplay with the group. We need to start talking about it, get involved as many people as possible, especially in each department, at least a year before. And then this world,
klasycznie to wygląda tak, że scenariusz jest pisany, ten scenarzysta gdzieś tam siedzi, sam pisze.
the way it looks normally, that screenwriter, it's sitting there just typing something, and some producer says it's okay, let's do this, and then if we get the money, then we do something. So we do nothing, wait the money comes in, and then often it's kind of random team starting to work on things 5 weeks over the 5 weeks period. As long as the team has worked together before, it's okay-ish. But if the chains of familiarity are not there, it really doesn't work very well. And no one really wants this.
jak oceniamy możliwości przyszłego projektu.
And I think the screenplay is what we evaluate the project on.
Daje pieniądze, nie daje pieniędzy.
The money making, the funding decisions based on the screenplay.
I dobrze by było,
So,
że jakby nie było dla nikogo potem zaskoczeniem, że
it would be
rolę z tego powodu, a wylądował w czymś takim. Nie? To jest bardzo ważne, no bo scenariusz jest tym dokumentem, który
it's the screenplay that assures someone of what the movie is. So it should be informative enough so that whoever takes part in the movie knows what they're getting themselves into.
jest taka współpraca właśnie już na poziomie
It's
tekstu
great to
operatora,
cooperate
ponieważ można
with an
powiedzieć,
operator
że im
because
ludźmi,
screenwrites
słowem,
are the ones thinking with the word, and
to
the
zderzenie
and the
wokół niego
operators
rzadko
think with the
dochodzi,
image.
trochę tak, że
So it's not always the
te
same.
osoby są oddzielone od siebie w pewnych etapach pracy,
The people are often
ale idealna
separate
praca
at many stages of work, but ideally that these roles would be connected. You know, if these people work together, it would really ensure the fidelity of the final work. For me, what makes a movie good, what determines the quality of the movie is not the acclaim, it's not the reception by audiences, it's nothing else. So the awards, it is whether from the standpoint of the screenplay, how close something comes to our initial vision. It's never that a movie comes out exactly the way we want it. The closer we are to our goal, the closer we can get to our vision. That's what really determines the success for me, or determines my assessment of the movie. That is my point of view. So when I hear there are movies which are great, sometimes when I hear that the movie is not like the screenplay, or is very different from the screenplay, to me that means like, okay, that was a bad screenplay, or maybe the intention was not met, and is that really a success? When it's different than it should have or was meant to be. Working in film is like driving a car. You can start sliding and in the end to win, but no driver really wants to get in a slippery slide. This is not the intention of any professional driver. So the precision, the fidelity of translating the screenplay is something for directors and operators that should be the most important. When a screenwriter is also the director, then the operator, is the counterparty, is the one that is going to impact your own project. They, in fact, decide what all of it is going to look like. When we were working early in the project on the text, and when we were preparing for things, we speak for a long time. The work we do with you in the workshops is about, for example, today we started doing something. We want people who work on the image communicate with people who are writing, and how that makes this work. Tell me what's important in the screenplay. How do you interpret it? I'm an operator, No, there are many things you mentioned, so I have to add my opinion on them. For me, it's a interesting entry point, the screenplay. The way I look at it, it's obviously a literary record, and it's a text on the entry level. That's the best way to describe these ideas. And that's the point of origin for us. It's hard to tell you. I'm really interested in two things when I start. First, I read the screenplay and the story. And what's inspiring to me, when you think of the story as a 3D creation, it's like a 3D concept. It's like a model of an atom. And then I try to see it and rotate it from different directions. I like to think about a screenplay, about something that's very well thought through, where I can look at the story from different angles. So I have all kinds of relations described, and immediately some kind of point of view is suggested. So some entry point to the story is within this screenplay. I can also tell you there's a movie called Foxcatcher. This is a great story. It's a very specific, this story. If you've seen it, you see these subplots where you figure out each character. The story is extremely rich. So the story could have been told from the point of view of all these characters. So it was the work of the screenplay and discussion of the screenwriter and the director. They did something that a writer who writes a novel does. It's something that I'm fascinated by in literature. It's both in screenplay and literature. I find the signs of how the storytelling should go. When I see a writer who writes a novel, I always am curious what is the way that he sets the narrative to fit the main character. It's when he goes from describing it from outside, something happened in his life, a quarrel, and from which point of time the perspective switches to the main character, and at which point the story is described from a neutral point of view. And to me, that is something that I want to see in a screenplay, really. It brings about a really good understanding for me about what the movie is about. I agree. What's important to see how certain things translate into visuals and some things don't. But until we see something, until we do something, we really can't say what works and what doesn't. Of course, I always urge you to take risks. Don't be conservative, don't limit yourself. Take risks, and keep in mind that taking risk can be painful, but if something works, the reward is immense. It's important to it's curious what Cuba says. It's what's interesting. What he says is what point of view we tell a story, but what point of view we tell a scene. And
To są bardzo ważne rzeczy.
these are
One
important
mogą być
things.
na montażu,
they
czasami
can
to się
be
zmienia na montażu, natomiast dobrze
modified
jest
by
zróżnicowanie
the
już to
cutting
przemyślane, kto
process.
jest bohaterem głównym danej sceny.
But really, it
To
should
jest,
be known
w tej
beforehand
scenie,
who's the
kto nas przeprowadza
main
przez daną
character
sytuację.
in
A
that
druga rzecz jest
scene.
taka, że
Another
rzeczywiście
thing
pisanie, jak
is
mówienie, to jest, jak mówiłem wczoraj, też to mówiłem, to jest sztuka selekcji.
is about
I to jest najtrudniejsze.
being able to
Trzeba umieć
select,
przeprowadzać selekcję i to na każdym
eliminate.
poziomie umieć przeprowadzać selekcję.
On
Selekcję
each level we
właśnie tego, co
eliminate.
zapiszemy w
We
gazetach,
eliminate
czego
what
zapiszemy w
we
gazetach.
write, what
Który
details we
punkt widzenia
include,
ubierzemy, którego
what
nie
point of
ubierzemy.
view we choose, and which one
Co
this we
opowiemy,
discard. What do we
które
say,
elementy życia opowiadamy, a
and
których nie
which
opowiadamy, która
aspects
część
of life
historii
we tell and
chcemy
which we
jakby
ignore.
zaadresować do widza, a
Which
którą
part
po
of the
prostu,
story is important to
są
communicate
różne
and which
sposoby,
can be
jakby
discarded. There are
radzenia sobie
ways
z tym,
in which we
pomagania sobie w
manage
tej
this,
selekcji, ale ta selekcja jest trudna. Ona
but
zawsze
the process is
ona
always
jest dobrze
difficult.
przeprowadzona,
But
to jest
if
to,
you
co
do
Kuba
it
powiedział, że on wtedy
well,
dostaje,
as Kuba
dokument,
said,
który
then he
jest
gets a
już
document which
nakreślone to trochę z
there
której
is
strony patrzeć
everything
na ten,
included,
na ten,
how
nie
to
wiem,
look
to
at
jest
things,
ten model atomu, czy
how to look at that model of an atom.
Kolejną rzeczą jest to, że ja dostaję scenariusz.
Another thing is I get the screenplay and I meet the director, and I'm really interested, and I'm looking for his position on this. What he wants. I want to know what he wants to tell me outside of the screenplay. So
Fajnie i teraz jakby to może dyskusja.
maybe there's gonna be a little bit of a difference of opinion here. There's one model where you have an ideal of having a group, and you work from the very beginning. Okay.
byliście chyba na wcześniejszym, nie wiem czy byliście na wcześniejszym wykładzie.
If you attended earlier lecture, this is more expensive. It costs more. So this is about being friends for a long time. And if you look at biographies of different filmmakers, their creative partnerships, they seem to go back all the way to high school. So, but that's not always the case. So sometimes an operator is invited when there's a screenplay, there's a producer, and there's a director, and you are then invited as operator. You have to find yourself in this system and trying to find yourself within the desires of each of these people. We want to learn whether, let's say, for example, they want to make an artistic movie. I'm very ambitious. Maybe they want something for a streaming platform, and then the aim is not to be at movie festivals. It's something to gain viewership on different platforms. So a couple of things that I get from the screenplay is the sort of the details, things that are described that happens within each scene. We all aware that we find things in the screenplay that we see the description of the mindset, his inner thoughts, or what irritates him. For me, it's always in working on the screenplay, thinking of this literary language to translate into image. To me, that really is an obstacle. What should we do now? Is this something we should try? To me, I don't write screenplays, but my dream screenplay, it's when things are very detailed, clear distinction between the detail that we see and what is really important, and a hint what hints on the at the emotional state of the character. It's important to keep it ordered, to keep it separated and well defined, because when you don't do this, then you have perhaps need for additional scenes and things pile up.
Czy to nie jest błąd scenariuszowy napisać, że
Is it not
nie wiem, teraz myśli o lasagne
a
jest
fault in a screenplay
Moim zdaniem jest.
to explain how the character
Ale ja jestem
feels?
dość radykalny, jeśli chodzi o to. To
I
wydaje mi się,
believe
że
so,
kiedy
but
jest
I have a very radical
scenarzysty,
view on this. For me, the best exercise for a screenplay writer is to play out this scene. How do we explain to the actor that the character actually is thinking about a lasagna? The cinema has become very psychological, but we have to realize that if I look at you, I don't know what you're thinking, and I have no idea about your emotional state. Perhaps maybe I can read another person to some sense, to some extent, but when you look at the streamers, when you have these absurd, so in the streamers you see it in very oversimplified way. So you build a character by showing an alcoholic, by having him having an alcoholic father, and we show this, and then this is their psychological profile. So it's very patterned, it follows a pattern, but that's not completely true. People react very differently to different situations. The psychology is individual, it's not mass phenomenon. Movies show these paradoxes, these individualities. There is something that I come across and something that I warned you against, but it's hard to avoid. It's something you kind of naturally come into. I always hear about how in movies, in the cinema, it's emotions. They always say emotions, emotions, emotions. We are living in very emotional times. For me, I'm not so convinced. I don't know if the emotions are that's super important. Maybe in the very emotional times as we have them around us, maybe movies should be shelters from over-emotional sense. And sometimes I see it, but Lantimos, for example, he makes emotionless movies, but that would be a very tough sell in Poland. It's important to resist following easy keys. You have to look for elsewhere. The independence of thinking. It's not about thinking about the same thing in a different way. The independence of thinking is you think about different things. And that's what I would stress. Look at different things. Avoid the cliches, the keywords. Emotions are great because we all have a key to them. So if someone's crying, so we know how to read this, and we are also sad. Unless maybe we're really skewed, yes, which happens sometimes. But there are situations where we had very sad situations where people laugh. So now you have to look at the very beginning of your journey. Go against the norm. Work against the norm.
Ja
be
się łapię na
unpredictable.
tym, że ja
Don't
pracuję bardzo na schematach. Mam
don't
schematy. Ja mam pewne narzędzia, które
follow
posiadam.
the
Nie jestem w stanie usiąść na
schemes,
piśmie.
the beaten path.
To się
I catch
odpocznie.
myself
Pewnie dam
doing
komuś,
that,
ktoś przeczyta, no, spokojnie,
and I think,
Natomiast
okay, that's
ja już
okay.
czuję, że ja
But
jestem schematyczny.
I started
najgorsze,
becoming
że
schematic
bo to trzeba
and
szybko sobie
predictable,
znaleźć, bo to z
and
jednej
I'm
strony
fighting
rozdzielić to
that.
ułatwia, pomaga w
It
pracy.
makes it easier, of
Taki-
course.
taki
You gotta
pracy
fight
pod
this,
tytułem, że odtwórczy, a nie twórczy.
but this is
Po prostu
kind of
tutaj myślę, że
secondary.
fajnie jest
It's not creative.
właśnie
Finding good partners, people who
who
you work with. They, you want someone who tell you, hey, this is my man, this is a cliché, this is worn out. And in the end, this works. So that's why you get the dopamines. The dopamine in your blood is like seeing things exactly what you are expecting. This is exactly what it is. Why do we think who's the killer, right? If we're right, if we're correct, then we're happy about it, getting the answer right. But if you have a crime story, if we didn't learn about who committed the murder, people would have been very upset, because then we would have felt we were robbed of a reward for guessing the perpetrator. So you should have that tendency to go against the tide, yes? You look for something different within your capabilities, of course. Sometimes I talk the way you play is what the opponent really allows for. You'll find yourself you find yourself within certain environments, certain circumstances, whether it's weather, financial, and so on. Things you say about emotions, I would develop this. Emotions are crucial and they're necessary, but that's for the audience. Should we feel that we should be doing this emotion on the screen? That is a little bit a pastiche. It's the same in shooting and the screenplay. Is when I do a serious thing. I try to avoid, practically speaking, I start to think not to have a close-up of a sad child. You have to be fair, yes? If you invite someone to a movie theater and go through this movie, I don't want to blackmail him with a crying child. This is the kind of this is a strong example, but you often heard about having graphic, unnecessary, gratuitous violence. That's very similar. You do something, and what is the goal? If you see something like W11, a reality show, every 5 minutes you have emotional blackmail. Someone screaming, someone's crying. It's always emotion after emotion. So when I shoot, I try to withdraw the camera when emotion takes place and focus on perhaps something else. We in a movie tell about the time and the space. Time and space. This is our story. We tell about the relationships. We think about what is in the screenplay that has to be avoided in words, but you add visual layer and you have many more tools in the visual layer. You can say more about how the relationship between the character and the space, looking for a location and the place for the movie, the site, it's kind of like casting. So you can tell about the relationship between actor and the scenery and the set and the costumes. And those things are all so capable of showing that we can do it in a quick and efficient way for an operator. But it's super important to have a clear vision. Every director is different, every operator is different. So this is my style. I like to have certain intellectual rules, a sort of mini philosophy, so that everything is kept together. I'm not some kind of authority. There are not ready answers. There are many different ways to get through your goal. There are many different worldviews. So that's absolutely true. But it's worth discussing, and it's worth to be aware of them, how it all works and what's the goal overall, and what we want to evoke. I think that in general, writing a screenplay is a very arduous job, and I know why the scenes with dialogue are very long, is because the dialogue really pushes the story forward, but it's deceptive. These scenes are too long then. We have to be aware of this. I was discussing with someone something, and what's key in the screenplay is topography. So in the movie, it's hard to see topography as something that plays, that you realize how the space is used. But for the writer itself, when you write things based on real events, it's extremely important. It's important to realize where each place is, how long was the commute from one place to another, can you see things from the window or can you not? So that work can be very important. It's very close. You have to look at closely, for example, why is this man was supposed to have half a mile to walk and then he took half an hour to do it. So you have to explain this. I really recommend getting into this world and actually go there and walk and reproduce their footsteps, look how they live. That's where you learn these relations. It's not only relations with just people. We're in a relation with space, time, relations with our clothes, the way we pass strangers. So, yeah, for example, we follow the rhythm when we're in a big crowd. There's a certain rhythm where you sleep with each other, your breath synchronizes. Our bodies are predestined to follow certain patterns, and it's something natural to us because that's how animals behave. And realizing this, that it's not only the speech,
tylko że ważne jest to, co jest dookoła. Dzisiaj
but
rozmawiamy
important, the surroundings are important. So speaking of some
że w ogóle do
screenplay,
pisania trzeba siadać z punktu widzenia,
so in order
opowiadam świat,
to
tylko
tell
do
something
bohaterów.
in
Nie
the
myśleć fabułą, nie myśleć
spring,
strategiami. To
in
jest
the
ważne.
screenplay,
Świat wam
you need to
ustawi
explain the
perspektywy
world,
i
not the
fabułę. Ten
characters,
bohater
not
w
the
tym
plot.
konkretnym świecie
The
będzie
world
miał
is
takie, a
going
nie
to
sytuacje, bo
set
właśnie te relacje, o których mówi Kuba, zmuszają
everything.
do takiego, a nie innego
The
działania.
character will then be
Dobry
forced
bohater,
to follow
więc
the
pisze scenariusz
rules
taki,
of that
który
world. A good screenplay is where you
ludzie doskonale
the action sort of follows certain rules and
pewna
things
determinacja
it
osiągnięta
determines
przez właśnie
the
to, jak
space,
wizualizowaliśmy,
the
albo
type of world we are
zmuszamy
in
do tego.
forces
To
the
bardzo
character to
powiedziałbym
behave
niewolnościowe, ale
in some way.
tak to
It,
widzę.
it takes
Wtedy ten
away
tekst
certain
on się
freedom,
broni.
but
Wtedy wszyscy
that's how it
zaczynają
works.
rozumieć pewne
Then the text
sposoby
makes sense. The
odpowiedzialne za
text
obraz,
is
sposoby aktorskie, wszyscy zaczynają rozumieć. Nie
consistent.
są- nie
Everyone
dyskutują, tylko wiedzą, jak to
re-
robić. Dzisiaj mówią, że jeżeli
everyone understands it and does
wyjdziecie na
not
plan i zobaczycie, że aktor nie może znaleźć sobie
see it
miejsca,
as contradictory.
zaczyna
Let's
mówić,
see
daje
if
tekst,
we
coś się to zaczyna
have a
mówić.
character, an
Scena
actor
jest dobra,
adding
aktor wchodzi od razu,
things,
znajduje sobie
and
miejsce, znajduje
actor
ten,
has
ten. Oczywiście nigdy nie
the
jest tak, że
need
napiszecie,
to modify his
"Jeszcze mam
lines.
tego napisać
Then that means the
scenariusz, sam
screenplay
się
is
Teraz
is
rolą
bad.
właśnie potem reżysera
It's the role of the director
żeby widzieć, okej, czyli tu jest ten zespół,
is
to ta
to
scena nie działa, i trzeba szybko
recognize
zastanowić,
the problem,
co w niej nie działa.
find
Trzeba
what
bardzo
doesn't
szybko
work in a
pomyśleć
given
sobie, gdzie jest
scene.
błąd.
You gotta find
Czasem
that
się
mistake.
rozwiąże tą zagadkę, a czasem
Perhaps
nie
you
rozwiąże.
solve
To
that
jest-
riddle, and
że
sometimes you
pod tym
don't.
względem aktorzy są wielką
And
pomocą dla wszystkich.
in this, actors are
Oni
extremely
coś
helpful.
intuicyjnie czują, coś
Actors
nie-
intuitively
zaczynają się
feel
mówiąc krótko.
that things are not quite
No,
right.
a ja chciałem takie dwie rzeczy powiedzieć.
I want to say two things.
Będziemy tutaj wam prezentować
Uh,
odcinki serialu, które
We're going to present two
i
episodes of a
będzie
project,
spotkanie. Więc
Project
takim,
UFO,
co było dla mnie ciekawe,
and
jak
one thing that was really interesting
tym UFO i
while working on the project UFO,
że mnie to bardzo zainspirowało.
I was inspired
bohaterów.
by thinking about characters. I was reading the screenplay and I was thinking about the characters, main characters. Is the main character, is that a thing, a person that's created? Is it like a very individual character which we have to understand deeply? Or is it a character, or are they stereotypical and are they fully defined from the very beginning? So what's really inspiring to me is understanding the characters that the story is being told is one thing that it totally opened me to filming it. If I had just characters that are already created, full characters, what I imagine, the way I imagine shooting them is different than if creating the world something for someone who is very unique. So it seems to me I did films that had followed one or the other structure. When I now have a very unique artist who's maturing, who's a very individual, so I look then at a different way of looking at it, a different way of filming him, a different way to show places he shows, other than character who's totally defined. We know his attributes like a policeman. We know his goals. We know what he wants. So it's important to name these conventions. I don't want to get into theory because I'm not competent, but that's one thing. The other, we are talking about the connection between screenplay and defining what we film. I have two types of scenes that I pay attention while I read a screenplay. One type of scenes is when the types of scenes I cannot quite imagine. So I read it. Okay, I try first when I read it, I try not to imagine too much. I imagine some amazing world, and then the director tells me it's black and white, so it's pointless. So read and feel the flow for it. So you think that being an operator, you have some imagination, but so it's difficult to avoid imagining. But certain scenes I cannot imagine, and I start realizing that these scenes look great on paper, but I cannot imagine them in real shooting. And a red light comes on. Let's say it's a scene, there are two characters that are siblings. They haven't seen each other for a long time. And we see both of them in some space. And then they see each other in the building. They try to come into each other's arms. And it turns out that it's a mirror, and they fall into the mirror, and the mirror shatters. They fall on the floor. And I'm thinking, how am I going to film a situation where someone sees someone else in a distance, and turns out it's the same person in the mirror? How to do this? How do I film this? Maybe someone can do this. Maybe someone can do it. In my understanding is that this scene is a literary record, but it cannot be translated into a shot. We didn't have it. We didn't have the means to do it. What do we do with this? So the way I think about it, that we got out of this pickle by when the director and as an operator and director, we started talking about it, and we came up with this situation was inspirational, but the scene was about death. So if the scene is about death, our imagination follows a certain path, and then we created a very interesting scene about death, is that where the motive of the mirrors appeared, the reflections, but it wasn't the type of scene that was in the screenplay. So my message is not that the scene was bad, it's just that scene has become an inspiration for something else. So it moved us. And this one, this here, second, is going to be shorter. So sometimes I read a screenplay and I want to give some opinion, and they are going to discuss this later. And you have to realize that certain realities, production realities, are important. In film, we can do a lot, even if it's a medium budget movie, we can do a lot. But whatever you're doing is being priced, is being translated into money. So if you're looking for a very exotic location and very exotic interior, we won't be able to, we're not going to invest into something that we won't be using for many days. So if there's tons of scenes that take place in a Polish block of flats in a former communist Poland, so the main question is, do we really need a real old-fashioned era apartment, or is it something that we're gonna recreate in a studio? So depends how many days. If we keep reusing that location, and that's the nexus of a lot of scenes, then yeah, then we can do this. We can invest the money. We actually use the real location, and so we have this environment. But if we have a singular scene, and perhaps it's fascinating, but it's only one, it's outside of the context, it's going to be very difficult to find that kind of money for it. So again, the budgetary questions. 1 second. Okay, go ahead. I have a question about imagining the scenes. I see this gap about not having a storyboard. Did you ever make a storyboard for a Polish movie, and why not? Is it just the money, or are people or storyboard should there be a storyboard creators union? Well, it seems to me that storyboards do get created in Polish movies, but it depends on the type of work and the people. For sure, we have storyboards for hard sequences. These storyboards, it would be ideal if storyboarder went to location and he followed that location in that storyboard. So the storyboards also is inaccurate. I'm against it. I think storyboard is about a tool of communication. So we have a screenplay which we read. It's on one hand our corporation, literary corporation, but also it's a production document. So the next the people read this text, and for those who imagine this, there are not many people who imagine it. Maybe there are 5 out of 150. Only 5 people really imagine it. So you cannot demand with so few people doing it, and only 5 people having that imagination. So storyboard, there are different tools to plan your work. You have overhead shot, is description of the scene, and these tools are more effective. To make a storyboard for everything, you have following problems. You have drawings do not follow the camera lens. I work in marketing, advertising. You always have a storyboard because you communicate with your clients. So they are not filmmakers. So I see a lot of storyboards which you cannot make a movie out of because something is off. It has to be sort of a sketch. So it's easier if it's just a sketch. It's a communication tool. But it's one more very important thing. I talked about my friends. And we follow a certain process. We go make a movie. After 2 weeks of making a movie, we know what to do. Everyone knows what to do. Everyone in the team knows the way to do it. We cannot have that knowledge beforehand. I think the storyboard is important for some critical scenes, difficult scenes, maybe stunts. So different tools, but to make a storyboard for the whole movie, some do. Brothers Cohen, they storyboard the whole movie. But that's their own vision. Maybe it's my attitude towards storyboards is very useful, but not not necessary. I can tell you that the issue is who has the power on the set, and the director's power is centered about having more knowledge. When you have a storyboard, everyone knows how many settings and how many positions, and then you have a discussion, and let's say let's do not do it, and someone says it's in the board, so if they don't know this, they cannot argue about it. So it's also something, as you said, about something about imagining the scene. A movie on some level is realistic. We didn't used to have special effects, then everything was realistic. So if an elephant stepped on some kind of church, then it actually did have to step on a dome of a church. One interesting example, something about magic realism. In literary works, it works great. 100 Years of Solitude on Netflix was great. So we read how butterflies flew, and our imagination works well. But when we actually see it, they lose the magic. So the movie takes away that magic feeling out of the movie. Wherever else, the magic realism is something that works on a different level than a movie. In the film, the metaphysics is in a different place. You see it in Dali's work. A burning giraffe, that's what I see. Do you think that this giraffe tells us something about metaphysics? No. I have a lot of respect for that ability, but I don't think that's very metaphysical. So we have to think about what's the way in which movies touch upon a metaphysical. So there's a lot in the movies where it's easy to fake a mystery. So fake some depth, but when you analyze it, it's not quite so deep. So it's all a matter of imagery. Go ahead, ask questions. I have a question. Do you have advice to write dialogues that are more natural? I'm come across feedback that my dialogues I write are not natural. They're too literary. Apart from listening to people, so the dialogues do not declare anything. So they don't express things you see. I got stuck on Tarantino this year. In his dialogues, whatever they talk about and whatever action takes place are disparate. So they talk about different things than what is going on. Sometimes you have to have it, but you don't want to declare things in dialogues. So dialogues such as so thinking out loud. And now I'm gonna go and close the door, and I'm going to go to the fridge, make myself a sandwich, and I'll eat it. So do you need that dialogue if you see it? So that's it. So don't have a dialogue that's descriptive. I know where that comes from. I know where the bad dialogue comes from. We all go through this. You have to work on it. You shouldn't worry about it so much. It's common. But we're trying to do a lot with the dialogue. We put a lot of weight on the dialogue because we put too much weight on it. We don't usually express things that we are going to do. If you go to the swimming pool, you don't talk about it. You talk about some other topics, like Second World War, with someone on the way to the swimming pool. So if someone... Yeah, sometimes we cannot afford to show the actual swimming pool, and then you instead have the description. Yeah, I went to the swimming pool and I met a lifeguard, and he told me that I swim very well. So,
Ja myślę, że dobrą zasadą jest taką,
a good rule to follow
czego ja nie w filmie nie zobaczę, tego,
is something that if I don't see it, it doesn't exist.
czego
The only things that exist in a movie are the things I see.
jeżeli ktoś mi powie, byłem na basenie,
And if you just mentioned that you went to the swimming pool and
w percepcji, w myśleniu
took a swim,
o tej historii,
then if I don't see the swimming pool and you taking a swim, then that information is lost. So it doesn't exist.
zobaczę, że świetnie pływa,
So,
będę wiedział, że on świetnie
so if I see it, them swimming competently, then to me that is actually true.
Aha, okej. Mam po jednym pytaniu do każdego z
I
was.
have a question to each of you.
Kuby,
First, Kuba,
jak tworzysz serial, masz gigantyczną ekipę produkcyjną.
when you have a huge
reżysera, który ma
team,
jakąś wizję z naszej
when you
perspektywy,
make a TV series,
jakiejś dramaturgii od reżysera,
and
cała ekipa,
screenwrite,
która
and the
tworzy
whole
jakieś
team,
pomysły, nie
and the
pomysły,
director, everyone has
jest
ideas,
takim producenta, który mówi, że
and the
są
producer,
nie wiem,
and
plus
who
12, żeby tam
who
trafiło do widowni.
who demands a certain
Wszystkim jest miejsce dla operatora,
performance.
dla jakiegoś jego umysłu, jego jakichś
Where's the
ważnych
place for you, for the operator?
twórczości. I to tak. I jeszcze do Kaspra mam pytanie.
And
takie
Kasper,
budowania światów.
When you build worlds,
Jak ty na przykład
how do
stworzyć
you
światy? To jest tak, na przykład,
create
powiedzmy,
these worlds?
wielkiej wody musiałeś na pewno
So
wyciągnąć,
make
nie wiem, społeczność
big
hydrologów,
water,
i tak dalej.
you had to
I
get
jakby
into
jak
the
to robić?
hydrologist
Takie
community.
pomysły,
Do you
spotykasz
read
się z
literature?
ludźmi,
Do
jak
you
to
do you meet
wygląda?
people? How does that look?
No, gdzie jest miejsce dla operatora?
Where's the space for the operator?
Ja lubię, jak to jest
I like
sekwencjonalizowane, że jest jakiś proces, który
like certain conventions.
tygodnie, nie?
When you define something in weeks.
Zwracam się trochę do tych początków.
So I go back to the beginning of our meeting. Yeah, it's great to work a year before the project, and since it's not very common, I like it to see, to first read the screenplay and speak to the director at least a week beforehand, and then you have the freedom, and the director has the time for me and my questions. This is very productive because we then build this narrative. All these are ranked by importance, and this is really good. If in my ideal world, I'd have this creative week with the director and some kind of quick overview and briefing with the producer, which is again before the project, And when the operator enters the project, it's around the world, it's about
No, jak jest dobrze
eight
skonstruowany sześć, ale raczej praktykę
or perhaps more difficult 10 weeks, and then you start doing documentation and you look at the places. When you look at the documentation and look at the places, and I like to think of it as sort of conventional. So you do the scouting, it comes from the scout. It's important because in the screenplay, it's some locations called a certain thing. Let's say a house in the woods, and then the director and the scenographer, they look at the internet and look at some paintings, and this is what we want this house to look. And perhaps we get the pictures from the scout of different huts in the woods, and then on the basis of these photographs, we choose. For example, we have 6 great locations, but they are not the ones that we are looking for. So it's kind of an office work. So then director's documentation. So you actually go to the locations that were scouted. This is an important stage. This is where the locations belong to everyone. It's not important to do it for themselves. We all go there. We think what really that they need, how to add lights, how to rearrange the inside. And this is the stage where really you confirm the localization. And then the technical documentation. So then you decide, okay, this is where we shoot. So super important is for this to take so many stages, because we also get used to the given setting and our imagination learns to work with it. So if you go there without any intermediate steps, we go there and it's kind of hard to say. We haven't put it in our minds yet. So having these intermediate steps, it's crucial so that it actually gestates in us. So to conclude and answer your question, I think it's a process. On when you look at operative trials, you had short shoots and then longer trial shoots, and these would be nice to watch in the post-production. So, for example, now we do color correction. It's not about having uniform correction, but it's to define contrast and tonality. So we are choosing one, like a painter. So all these different stages, so they are great when we do it together. And when Ania was working Kaplińska with us, and we did simple trials outside, and I had different lenses, and I had different cameras, and we did these, and then we watched them in the post-production, and then suddenly after all that work I did to change, to switch these lenses and all that, and then I watched it, and I feel that I like all of them. But then Kasper and Ania was sitting next to me, and they say, "Oh, this looks great. This is ideal. And this is it. And this is great thing." So I get flares in the screen. They love it. So this is great. This is then our a common project and we go on. Is it mine or ours? Well, if it's ours, even though it's my area.
Do pytania, jak budować świat, to trochę Kuba też
And about building the world,
podobnego, jeśli chodzi o tę dokumentację. To znaczy,
it's very similar. Research, you gotta do research, finding
czytanie, szukanie, spotykanie się z
material,
ludźmi,
meeting
miejscami,
people,
przeglądanie
visiting places, watching the world that you wanna describe.
Nie wiem, tam pan pokazywał mi chyba znak czasu.
Yeah, you were showing me
Dobrze, no
that
to jeszcze
time.
Jakieś dwa pytanka.
A couple more questions, please.
Ja mam takie pytanie.
I have a
do
question
Kuby.
for Kuba.
W sumie już tak częściowo odpowiedziałeś na
You
pytanie.
partially answered it.
Czy robisz jakieś wideoboardy i fotoboardy przed
Do you
nagraniami?
do you do video and photoboards before
Pytanie
shooting?
jest takie, jak
My
bardzo
question is,
pozwalasz sobie odejść
how
od
do you
dokonania
allow
tego
yourself?
samego
How
czegoś
much do you deviate from plan, from initial plan while you're shooting?
I może jakby teraz ci się wydaje tak, ale co jeśli po
Maybe
tym montażu się okaże, że jednak
first you
zepsuło
wanted
jakieś tempo, czy coś
certain
się stało,
thing,
co
and
powoduje,
then
że
later on
nie
you
byłoby lepiej
realized
tempo.
that
Jakby coś takiego, jak bardzo
changes are necessary.
Robię
When I
zdjęcia, bardzo
shoot,
to jest dla mnie ciekawe, robienie
I take photographs and sometimes I record some shots with a phone. So we do these. It's a way of communicating. It's kind of a notepad. When on locations, before the trials, we have an idea and we gotta keep that idea. You have to follow your initial plan. You gotta believe yourself. When it comes to changes, it really depends psychologically. I like to be prepared, but I like to be flexible too. It's okay for me. So when we shoot, we learn this, and the process guides us. So it's different than we initially planned. And this is speaking of storyboards. Is that flexibility important? I was shooting a movie, Silent Twins, and there were different events in the movie. Some was in England, some was in Poland. There was a COVID going on, and we had certain image of a person. It was very specific image, and these actresses behaved differently, and that was very visual. They always they stand in front of a wall and they're stand to the side. How does it look? And then this actress comes in, and she was supposed to be a star, so we have star status. Then she has a lot to say. Her opinion is important, so a lot depends on her. She came, and the first meeting, she rejected all of it. She doesn't want to behave that way. You can have a situation like this. All these plans, I believe you have to have certain awareness, but when you have difficult scenes with a fire and a stuntman, she was very happy that everything was well planned out. But for just regular scenes, it really changes.
Niestety nie spotykamy się wcześniej z montażystą, żeby pogadać ogólnie o montażu i tak dalej, a fajnie by było tak
We don't really meet the cutter before. We sometimes do, but it's worthwhile. We talk to him about it, but it would be best if we had some opportunity to communicate at the screenplays stage. but I have a feeling they ignore what I
Jest
write.
trochę jednak innymi osobami.
There are different type of people,
Wydaje, że ja na przykład pracuję jeszcze z kolorystami.
and I work with color artists, and one of them,
W ogóle są super ci koloryści.
I mean, they're super
Mam
people,
takiego kolorysty, którego bardzo lubię.
and one I love.
Na plan.
I always urge him to
Bo ja tu jestem
come and to come here perhaps.
fajnie.
It's gonna be great,
Że, na końcu
and I
on
think
nigdy nie robi, nigdy nie
he never does
bo on
come
woli dostać te materiały, a
because he likes to work on his own. His nature is very different.
Bo oni zawsze mają ten sam argument, że oni chcą zobaczyć i wtedy poczują ten
It's
film.
always the
Ale
same
to jest
argument. They
słuszny
want to
argument.
see
To też
it,
jest- to nie jest
the
takie złe.
movie,
Chodzi o to, że
and
oni
get a feel for
nie
it.
muszą moim zdaniem czytać scenariusza przed naszymi
They
zdjęciami,
don't
ale
have
dobrze,
to
jakby super
read
czytali ten,
before
mówię to, co jest
our
w scenariuszu,
shooting.
czasem jest zapisane to, jak scena ma się zacząć.
But it would be
Zależało
good
od
to
tej strony, wracamy do
for them
tego,
to actually read it at some point.
troszkę denerwuje, ale nie jakoś bardzo. No dobra, dzięki wielkie.
Thank you very much.
Dajemy tutaj miejsce, dzięki, trzymajcie się.
Thank you.
No witam wszystkich, nazywam się Marian Folga, zajmuję się ogólnie bodypaintingiem i charakteryzacją. No i chciałbym Wam pokazać kilka takich ogólnie rzeczy, gdzie możecie sobie zrobić sami charakteryzację, że nie trzeba na sam początek profesjonalnych produktów, drogich produktów przede wszystkim, gdzie możecie sobie zrobić sztuczną krew, możecie znaleźć sobie zamienniki, no i jak zrobić przede wszystkim taki podstawowy, najprostszy wosk do charakteryzacji. No i teraz Wam troszkę opowiem właśnie o pędzlach, o farbach. Tak chciałem zdemontować sobie jedną rzecz z palca, bo tam robiliśmy wcześniej na warsztatach. To jest zrobione z wosku do charakteryzacji, który jest zrobiony z wazeliny i mąki. Po zmieszaniu w odpowiednich proporcjach tworzy nam się taka plastalinka, którą najlepiej po zrobieniu włożyć do lodówki. I ona bardzo fajnie, za chwilkę pokażę, co możemy z niej mniej więcej zrobić. Taką plastelinkę, taki wosk, najlepiej jak będziemy wykonywać, to najlepiej, żebyśmy mieli jakiś kubeczek. Wsypujemy mąki do tego kubeczka, wkładamy jakąś łyżeczką wazeliny, no i tak metodą no próbujemy po prostu zmieszać do uzyskania takiej konsystencji. Nie mieszamy tego na początku palcami, bo wazelina zaczyna nam się topić w palcach. No nie będę teraz pokazywał przez 15 minut, bo tak mniej więcej 10-15 minut trzeba no, mieszać. No nie będziecie patrzeć, jak mieszam po prostu taki wosk. No, ale pokażę Wam mniej więcej, co z niego zrobić. No i mniej więcej taki paluszek, no, pod odpowiednim kątem oczywiście. Jeśli ktoś na przykład chce wykorzystać sobie coś takiego na planie filmowym, ale nie na takim profesjonalnym, tylko tak jak tutaj potrzebują szybko. Chcą zrobić kosmitę, chcą zrobić urwany palec, chcą zrobić szybką ranę, znaczy ugryzienie po zębach wampira. No, mogą wykorzystać rzeczy, które kupią gdzieś w jakimś sklepie spożywczym, no i ewentualnie zamówić sobie tam gdzieś na szybko jakąś paczkę, żeby nie wydawać jakichś kokosów. Dobra, ja sobie to zdemontuję teraz, bo mi to trochę przeszkadza. Jeszcze takim zamiennikiem ogólnie, który jest bardzo prosty do wykorzystania, to jest kolodion. Kolodion jest, przez C się pisze, jest bardzo prostą aplikacją do robienia blizn, ran, nacięć. Też Wam pokażę mniej więcej, jak to będziemy wykonywać i z czego będziemy korzystać. To są profesjonalne ogólnie farby do ciała. Są różne firmy, więc jeśli będziecie chcieli tam potem nazwy firm, to potem mogę podać, więc tam nie ma żadnego problemu. Możecie na początek, jeśli nie macie farb, wykorzystać cienie do oczu i szminki. Ze szminki czerwonej na przykład robi się bardzo fajne imitacje ran, malując na skórze pod odpowiednim po prostu kątem można bardzo fajne realistyczne właśnie ranki zrobić. Będziemy używać pędzelków, też nie musicie mieć super profesjonalnych pędzli. Ja używam po prostu pędzli zakupionych w plastyku. Też zamawiam, nie chcąc reklamować chińskich stron, ale też zamawiam po prostu pędzelki, które no, prawdę mówiąc, długo mi wytrzymują i te same pędzle czasami kupię tutaj. Można to dostać tutaj w 3-4 razy droższej cenie niż na chińskich stronach. No właśnie, farby, których będę używał, to jest właśnie m.in. Superstar, właśnie Diamond FX, Chameleon, Professional Painting, no i tam jeszcze jest kilka i farbki Fusion. Takie farbki kosztują opakowanie około 30 zł. Można kupić w sklepach, można na Allegro, można kupić w jakichś sklepach animacyjnych, więc są ogólnie dostępne. No ale tak jak mówię, że możecie kupić sobie paletkę cieni, która też tam kosztuje z 10 zł z jakimiś takimi podstawowymi czerwieniami, niebieskimi odcieniami. No i też możecie sobie takie imitację właśnie ranek zrobić. Co tu jeszcze chciałem Wam pokazać? To jest na przykład gąbka, która nazywa się w sklepie do charakteryzacji, to jest gąbka do zadrapań. Kosztuje około 15 zł. Taką samą gąbkę kupicie w sklepie zoologicznym jako gąbkę filtracyjną, płacąc 3 zł za dużo większą objętość. Jest też taka gąbka z dużymi oczkami, właśnie nie mam jej teraz. Też w sklepie do charakteryzacji to jest gąbka do potu, a w zwykłym markecie kupujecie taką gąbkę do samochodu dużą. To jest dokładnie ta sama gąbka, ta sama struktura, za którą też zapłacicie dużo mniej, którą sobie potniecie i wykorzystacie. I gąbkę do potu aplikujemy w ten sposób, że nakładamy sobie na czoło, najlepiej wykorzystując glicerynę i gliceryna bardzo długo się utrzymuje na ciele. Woda wiadomo odparuje, a gliceryna będzie tworzyć takie właśnie tu przez ile po prostu chcecie, dopóki nie zaczniecie tego. Jest po prostu pusta. Nie musicie kupować specjalnych środków, które też nazywają się do potu, tylko po prostu wykorzystujecie zamienniki. Kolejna rzecz, z której będziemy korzystać, to jest pianka. To jest taka plastelina ogólnie. W sklepach do cosplayu, do charakteryzacji ta pianka nazywa się foam clay albo silky clay. Jest w kolorach czarnym i białym. Kosztuje troszkę, mniej więcej taka objętość, może troszkę większa, około 60-80 zł. Tą samą piankę, tylko że kolorową, kupujecie w Action, kupujecie sobie w Tedim za kwotę od 3 do 5 zł. W Action są różne kolorki, to są też właśnie takie bardzo rażące, ale to wiadomo, wszystko możemy zamalować. Pianka bardzo fajnie się utrzymuje na skórze, nie trzeba korzystać z żadnych klejów do tego. Pod wpływem wody zacierając, ta pianka może wytrzymać spokojnie kilka godzin. Z tej pianki jest wykorzystana, jest zrobiona ta maska na przykład. Możemy tę piankę też przykleić bezpośrednio na skórę, tak jak właśnie powiedziałem wcześniej. Możemy z niej robić jakieś prostetyki. No co tylko żywnie chcecie, ogranicza Was po prostu tylko wyobraźnia. Tutaj to nakrycie głowy jest zrobione z pianki Ewy. To jest też pianka, która są z niej różne maty, wykładziny i tak dalej, ale jest głównie używana jako pianka właśnie do różnych takich cosplayów, do elementów, do strojów, też do charakteryzacji, więc też ona jest termoplastyczna, że pod wpływem ogólnie ciepła, jak nagrzejecie sobie, przyłożycie do żelazka albo jak macie opalarkę i w jakikolwiek sposób sobie tą piankę zagniecie, tak ona w takim stanie po prostu ona zostanie. No i tutaj ta czaszka jest zrobiona z pianki montażowej, obłożona chusteczkami, odpowiednio pomalowana wikolem, no i można też takie, i dodane po prostu różne jakieś trawki z giełdy kwiatowej, które możecie sobie też po prostu wykorzystać. No i co dalej? Na przykład tutaj mamy profesjonalny bloker do brwi. Jeśli na przykład chcecie sobie zablokować brwi, korzystacie z takiego blokera, że na przykład chcecie potem te brwi zamalować, żeby też ich nie było widać. Są też specjalne woski do charakteryzacji, ale możecie też użyć kleju takiego zwykłego. Najlepszy jest klej Magic, który się bez problemu zmywa. Też sobie zacieracie pędzelkiem. Wiadomo, że to nie są rzeczy ogólnie do ciała, ale jeśli kleicie klejem, to też raczej nic bezpośrednio na brwi, nie na skórę. Ładnie się to potem wtapia, ładnie się zmywa i to są też właśnie tego typu zamienniki. Do charakteryzacji też możecie wykorzystać sobie na początek żelatynę spożywczą i glicerynę. Proporcje 1:1, czyli na przykład łyżeczka wody, łyżeczka gliceryny i łyżeczka żelatyny. Gotując to, tworzy Wam się taka kleista masa. ważne, żeby nie była za gorąca, bo wtedy jak macie tak w miarę ciepło, możecie bezpośrednio nakładać na skórę, możecie tworzyć z tej żelatyny oparzenia. Możecie robić sobie też odlewy, możecie też robić z tego maski. Po zmieszaniu z gliceryną i wodą ta żelatyna jest bardzo mocna, więc możecie ją ciągnąć, rozrywać. To nie jest jak galaretka, gdzie no, sobie włożycie do lodówki i ona się po prostu rozerwie. Tu na przykład jest ranka zrobiona z silikonu, tylko że silikon jest jedną z droższych rzeczy do charakteryzacji, ale to jest bardziej zalecane na profesjonalne plany, ponieważ no, musicie mieć do tego i 2 słoiki albo 2 wiadra silikonu. One są dwuskładnikowe. Po wymieszaniu one się aktywują no i jak wyschnie, to po prostu już mamy taką już gumę do tego. Tu mamy taką rękę. Ona była też stworzona tutaj parę lat temu na Think Springu. Tylko wtedy warsztaty prowadziła taka grupa Redo FX, też polecam. Oni robią większość efektów specjalnych właśnie w Polsce. No możecie sobie zobaczyć, jak ta rączka tutaj wygląda. No i na przykład takie ranki odlewamy sobie, ja robię sobie formy gipsowe. Jeśli chodzi o silikon, no to raczej robimy w formach silikonowych, które sobie też wcześniej przygotowujemy, ale tam to jest dłuższy etap wykonywania, bo do tego musicie mieć rozdzielacz, do tego musicie mieć inne środki, baldisk, który rozpuszcza się pod acetoną, żeby to fajnie wtopić w skórę, ale możecie też wykorzystać silikon, no, który też nie należy do tanich, ale na przykład taka, no ta butelka silikonu, no to pewnie tak około 100 zł teraz kosztuje, ale możecie sobie kupić coś mniejszego, niekoniecznie z tej firmy, bo z tej firmy są dosyć drogie rzeczy, ale ważne, żeby był to silikon nie jakiś techniczny, tylko silikon taki właśnie charakteryzatorski. Śmierdzi to przeokropnie, ale pod wpływem dostępu powietrza, jeśli na przykład zalejecie sobie taką rankę, ona potem wysycha i możecie sobie po prostu odkleić i aplikować na skórę. Z silikonu też możemy sobie robić postarzania. To też mogę opowiedzieć później, jeśli będziecie chcieli, jak coś takiego wykonywać. Tu mamy właśnie te formy. Taką formę, możesz tam podać? Taką formę budujemy sobie najpierw, lepimy sobie z plasteliny, no i potem zalewamy gipsem. Może to być gips jakikolwiek, najlepszy jest właśnie gips dentystyczny, może to być gips budowlany, no i wtedy kleicie sobie taką właśnie foremkę. Jeśli byście chcieli na przykład robić sobie odlewy, na przykład rąk, palców czy twarzy, najlepszy jest właśnie alginat. Jest to masa dentystyczna, którą po prostu po zmieszaniu z wodą wkładacie na przykład rękę do jakiegoś tam kubełka, gdzie jest właśnie alginat. Ona potem powolutku twardnieje, nie jest na tyle twarda, że nie możecie na przykład tej ręki wyciągnąć. No i taki alginat potem zalewamy albo gipsem, najlepiej właśnie wtedy jest gips dentystyczny, są różne grubości tego gipsu. Wyciągamy na przykład taką odlaną rękę, no i potem są różne etapy, bo możemy zrobić potem pozytyw, negatyw z tego wszystkiego. No możemy, najpierw robimy tak, no to jest ogólnie dużo opowiadania, więc też wam nie będę męczył, bo chciałem wam pokazać mniej więcej, co takimi prostymi właśnie rzeczami możemy zrobić. No, ja ogólnie takim gadułą nie jestem, ja wolę pokazywać, ale na razie mi się buzia nie zamyka, więc jest ok. No, więc dużo rzeczy możecie sobie zamieniać. Tak samo, sztuczna krew. Ja już od dawna nie kupuję oryginalnej krwi, ponieważ też buteleczki są takie dosyć drogie. Polecam kupić barwnik spożywczy. Barwnik spożywczy możemy sobie zmieszać z mąką, wodą i w zależności co potrzebujecie, jaką krew potrzebujecie. Czy potrzebujecie tą krew, żeby była jakaś mega gęsta, czy mega rzadka, to tyle dajecie, no proporcjujecie sobie tak, żeby to było dla was odpowiednie. Możecie sobie dodać też żelatynę do tego, możecie też to ugotować. Jest mnóstwo przepisów za zrobienie sztucznej krwi właśnie w internecie. Więc co tylko chcecie, możecie z takiego barwnika spożywczego zrobić. Dobra, teraz tak chciałem wykorzystać tutaj arię do charakteryzacji i wam mniej więcej pokazać kilka rzeczy. I zobaczcie, taką farbkę aktywujemy sobie wodą. Najlepiej ją spryskiwać, nie maczać pędzelek w kubeczku, bo przenosicie tą brudną wodę po prostu do farby. Najlepiej sobie właśnie aktywować, spsikujemy sobie, nawet jak mamy nową farbę, to najlepiej spsikać sobie tą farbkę dzień wcześniej, żeby ona się nasyciła tą wodą, byleby jej po prostu nie przemoczyć. No i teraz na przykład bierzemy sobie pędzelek. Jakbyś mogła dać w tamtą stronę, dziękuję. I delikatnie sobie rozmalowujemy. Tylko na tyle delikatnie, żeby to nie wyglądało, że to jest namalowane, tylko po prostu sobie stopniowo nakładamy, rozcierając. Ja sobie na razie zrobię dwie takie podstawy. Jedną zrobię właśnie na to kolodium, o którym wam mówiłem, bo to też jest troszkę czasochłonne. Dodajemy sobie powolutku. Kolorku. I teraz bierzemy kolodium i nakładamy jedną warstwę na razie od krawędzi, od jednego końca do drugiego. I musimy odczekać parę minut, żeby to wyschło. Jeśli szczypie w oczy, to możesz troszkę oczy przymknąć. No i teraz dodajemy sobie troszkę ciemniejszego, takiego bordowego koloru. Daj głowę może w tamtą stronę troszkę. I stopniowo sobie podmalowujemy. I tak, żeby to jeszcze troszeczkę wzmocnić, możemy dodać sobie troszkę niebieskiego lub czarnego. Tak, ściąga się tutaj, bo tu jest taki środek kolodium, o którym tam mówiłem wcześniej. To jest taki bardzo prosty środek do robienia właśnie blizn, ran ciętych, a tutaj osobno robię rankę, która jest robiona tylko kolorem. Że można coś takiego zrobić niekoniecznie mając jakieś tam profesjonalne środki. tak jak właśnie wspominałem wcześniej, że super jest, jeśli mamy na przykład cienie do oczu, szminkę i to możemy fajnie wykorzystać. No i mniej więcej mamy taką imitację ranki na czole, na skroni. A teraz pora na kolejna warstwa. I teraz kolejną warstwę kolorytu już nie dajemy po całości, tylko staramy się tą ranę pogłębić, czyli dajemy im bliżej środka żeby ona jak najbardziej ściągnęła skórę. No i teraz oczywiście musimy troszeczkę poczekać. A w międzyczasie Wam pokażę. To jest ta gąbka do zadrapań i tak jak tam wcześniej też nie słyszeliście, gąbeczka do zadrapań w sklepie do charakteryzacji kosztuje 15 zł, w sklepie zoologicznym albo na Allegro gąbka pod nazwą filtracyjna, taka sama, kosztuje 3 zł, 6 razy taka. No i próbujemy sobie zrobić, zobaczcie. Jednym pociągnięciem mamy proste przetarcie na czole. Jeśli nie macie pod ręką, tak jak tutaj na Finspringu, taki gąbeczek, kupujecie sobie myjkę do naczyń i ostrożnie można oderwać tą ostrzejszą część i tą częścią taką mniej ostrą też możecie sobie próbować takie rzeczy. I tu jest na przykład zrobione farbą, a tutaj możemy sobie dodać troszeczkę barwnika. No i jak widzicie, efekt jest podobny. Jeszcze z tej strony, żeby też było widać na streamie. I teraz tak, zgubiłem znowu szczoteczkę do zębów, ale szczoteczka do zębów nie jest mi potrzebna ogólnie do mycia zębów. Teraz tylko była mi potrzebna do takiego właśnie natrysku, żeby... O, mamy, dobra. I możemy dodać sobie troszeczkę takiego rozbryzgu niby krwi. No i teraz Wam pokażę. Tak, tak, jest. No. Tak, jestem samoukiem, no. Chwilkę, bo teraz jeszcze gdzieś zapowiedziałem szpatułkę, sekundkę. Bo jest za mały ten stolik i muszę go to zlokalizować. Przed chwileczką ją sobie położyłem gdzieś, no ale dobra. Dobra, to na razie bez szpatułki. I zobaczcie, to jest ten wosk do charakteryzacji, który jest zrobiony właśnie z gliceryny i mąki. Tam potem wam jeszcze odpowiem na pytania, bo troszkę później przyszliście. I zobaczcie, teraz możemy sobie zrobić taki pęknięty nos. Nakładamy sobie stopniowo i krawędzie rozcieramy albo szpatułką, albo palcem. Pod wpływem temperatury ciała ten wosk nam się będzie topił i on się będzie bardzo fajnie wkomponowywał w skórę. Tylko tak jak mówię, to jest taki raczej do ćwiczenia. Możecie sobie zrobić zdjęcia, możecie krótki materiał wideo sobie nakręcić, ale nie na profesjonalny plan filmowy. No, jak odpadnie w trakcie kręcenia zdjęć na planie filmowym, który tam jest dosyć kosztowny, więc ale tak jak mówię, tutaj macie różne pomysły. Potrzebujecie coś na szybko. Potrzebujecie szybko mieć krew, złamanie, cokolwiek, no to wykorzystujecie sobie rzeczy, które podjedziecie do sklepu. No to wtedy no, muszę mieć silikon. Takie prostetyki są wykorzystywane tylko raz, czyli zdjęcia są na przykład codziennie, każdego dnia i każdego dnia musi być nowy prostetyk. Ponieważ no, po zdemontowaniu ewentualnie można sobie tam zostawić dla siebie, ale już nie może być użyty na planie drugi raz, ponieważ no, nie będzie to wyglądało profesjonalnie. Wszystko zależy, co potrzeba, bo jeśli na przykład to mają być tylko lekkie jakieś przetarcie i tak dalej, to tak jak widzicie szybko to jest do zrobienia, ale są też rzeczy, gdzie potrzebujecie czasu, więc czasem taka charakteryzacja trwa 4, czasami 6 godzin. Praca na planie charakteryzatora jest doceniana, ale nikt nie wie, że my na przykład na ostatnim planie wstawaliśmy o godzinie 2. Zaczynaliśmy charakteryzację o godzinie 3. O 7 zdjęcia, o 7 godzinie musieli być już gotowi aktorzy. Zdjęcia były cały dzień, do późnego wieczora, szliśmy spać na parę godzin i tak i nie pracujemy zwykle sami, bo pracujemy całą ekipą. Na ostatnim planie byliśmy na przykład podzieleni, że na przykład część osób była od malowania ciała, od bodypaintingu, czyli tam moja grupa, część osób była od charakteryzacji, część osób była od fryzur, no i to było tak wszystko właśnie łączone. To znaczy zbieramy się na razie. Znaczy ja ogólnie zajmuję się tą grupą, no i jak ktoś dołączy, to zapraszam. Można przyjść, tak. Jest możliwość, tak. Tak. Mhm. Znaczy silikonu nie mam, ale mam lateks jakby coś. No, więc możemy porobić sobie tam jakieś proste odlewy, tak żeby nam czasu starczyło na to wszystko. No i też pokażę, jak z tej pianki, zresztą teraz też pokażę, jak z niej wykonywać jakieś takie ciekawsze rzeczy. No to nie. To już raczej jak już zrobić, to już prostetyk. Tak jak parę dni temu Maria wrzuciła zdjęcie moje i się mnie pytali, kto tą grafikę zrobił. Albo czytamy z AI. Ale wszystko można no może nie wszystko można zrobić bez AI teraz, ale... Tak. Kiedyś ktoś się... To znaczy, jeśli jest robione to na jakimś aktorze, no to ważne, żeby zrobić odlew twarzy wcześniej. No potem, no tak jak mówię, że no jest cały etap tego, robi się potem negatyw, potem pozytyw, rzeźbi się na tej twarzy z plasteliny. Plastelina musi być bezsiarkowa, bo inaczej inna plastelina wejdzie w reakcję z silikonem i no niestety no nie wyjdzie to tak jak powinno. To czekajcie, w międzyczasie sekundkę, bo znowu zgubiłem. No i teraz znowu dokładam kolejną warstwę. Później sobie zobaczycie z bliska mniej więcej. Jak to wygląda. No i muszę teraz szpatułkę znaleźć, bo znowu, przepraszam na chwilkę. Bo bez szpatułki nie ruszę. Dobra, to zamiast szpatułki to wykorzystam sobie. No właśnie, jak nie macie zamienników, no to patyczki do lodów, patyczki do szaszłyków. I powolutku sobie tam jeszcze zacieramy. I zobaczcie sobie, niby to jest taki efekt, że niby ta masa zrobiona, ten wosk z mąki, to on zaczyna się już bardzo fajnie wtapiać w skórę i nawet już przybierać taki kolor skóry. Kiedyś się mnie ktoś też zapytał przy bodypaintingu, dlaczego daję soczewki, a nie zrobię tego w Photoshopie, bo to jest cała frajda ogólnie. Zrobienie tego własnoręcznie. Bo w Photoshopie można wszystko, no teraz wszystko za nas robi sztuczna inteligencja i niestety może być tak, że zabierze nam pracę. Więc nie wiadomo, co będzie za kilka lat. No i zobaczcie, mamy mniej więcej jakieś tam uwypuklenie. Robimy sobie nacięcie. No i teraz to nacięcie możemy sobie przekolorować leciutko. Teraz sobie spryskuję pędzelek czysty wodą, tak żeby troszeczkę rozblendować to, co tam wcześniej namalowałem. Dodać troszkę zaczerwienienia. I też jeśli robicie taki prostetyk, to fajnie jest nie malować tego pędzlem, to znaczy oprócz może tej ranki, tylko żeby fajnie wtopiło się w skórę, też bierzecie sobie pędzel z twardym włosiem, albo tak właśnie szczoteczkę do zębów i spryskujecie. I wtedy tak tworzy się fajnie jednolita jakby fakturka, tekstura, nie faktura, tylko tekstura skóry. kolor nakładamy stopniowo, żeby nie przesadzić, bo jak przesadzicie na początku, to potem to będzie ciężko w ogóle zmyć. Więc na początku transparentnie, jak nie macie doświadczenia i potem coraz bardziej, coraz bardziej. I znowu sobie spryskuję. To znaczy ja od filmu troszeczkę odszedłem, więcej zajmuję się ogólnie bodypaintingiem. Kiedyś jeździłem bardzo dużo po planach filmowych, no ale niestety też mam stałą pracę i nie jestem w stanie wyjeżdżać na miesiąc, na dwa na plany, bo tak właśnie bywało. No i zostałem przy bodypaintingu i przy teatrze tańca. Jeśli ktoś zajmuje się tylko stricte tym, no to może pracować przy filmie. No i zobaczcie, jest tak w miarę prosto, szybko. Wiadomo, że trzeba jeszcze popracować nad tym, no ale można pobawić się jeszcze troszeczkę z krwią, ale też, żeby właśnie nie przesadzić z tym wszystkim. Też można podkolorować sobie kolorkiem tam niebieskim, fioletowym, żeby tą opuchliznę bardziej właśnie zrobić. Farbami do ciała. No najlepsze oczywiście są farby alkoholowe, tylko są to farby dosyć drogie też, ale tak jak właśnie mówię, są też tańsze zamienniki i jeśli chcecie się po prostu tak poduczyć, no to bierzecie sobie też taką farbę do ciała. No i teraz wam też pokażę mniej więcej, jak sobie tam zrobić jakiegoś takiego lekkiego siniaka. Jeszcze w międzyczasie nałożę jeszcze na was akordion. Daj głowę w tamtą stronę. I znowu nam to leciutko ściągnie. Ja myślę, że tak około 5 warstw, chyba że chcecie, żeby to było bardzo głębokie, no to tych warstw można dać więcej. Tylko trzeba uważać, bo ponieważ jak przesadzicie z warstwami, no to wam się to zacznie po prostu odklejać. Są specjalnie zmywacze do tego. Można też powolutku, żeby nie podrażnić, to po prostu po odklejeniu zostanie lekkie zaczerwienienie i po paru godzinach po prostu skóra wraca. Wszystko zależy od skóry, bo nawet po pół godzinki nie ma żadnego śladu po tym. Jak chcecie na przykład zmywać farby do ciała, no to najlepsza jest właśnie woda, mydło, gąbka. Nie polecam używać chusteczek wilgotnych, bo przy tarciu one po prostu się wcierają w pory, a niektóre zawierają alkohol, więc to się aktywuje, że się po prostu wzmacnia jeszcze bardziej. No i teraz wam pokażę no.
Czy zdarzyło ci się kiedyś, że nie mogłeś potem z twarzy modela, aktora usunąć?
Nie, raczej tak nie było. No i tutaj zrobimy jeszcze siniaczka pod okiem. No i zobaczcie, nakładam sobie stopniowo. Blenduję. Daj głowę w tamtą stronę bardziej. O, dzięki. Troszkę może koloru niebieskiego, troszkę może żółtego. Wszystko zależy, ilodniowy jest siniak. cieniami też można. Tak, no. No i stopniowo sobie nakładamy, żeby też właśnie przesadzić. No i rozcieramy tak, żeby nie było takie malowane. No i mniej więcej taki śnieg też na szybko, bo to wiadomo, że też musiałbym wam to pokazywać jeszcze tam parę minut, też nie chcę za bardzo. I zobaczcie sobie, jak podejdziecie z bliska, ten efekt właśnie po kolodium. Możecie sobie podejść. Czekaj, sobie tylko tutaj dobarwię jeszcze. Proszę. No możemy rano zacząć. O 10 nawet. No, to już będę dostosował do was, bo wiem, że też biegacie po różnych warsztatach i wykładach, więc na WhatsAppie będziemy się No to jasne. No i teraz tak, teraz wykorzystamy sobie piankę, tą właśnie, tą foam play, tylko teraz tą actionową. Tylko muszę znaleźć troszkę miejsca na twojej twarzy. Chodź, tak będziesz się u mnie uczyć, to ten, no bo nie wiem, gdzie tam zmieszczę, chociaż dobra. A nie wiem, co ci tu wymyślić fajnego, ale... No i tą piankę sobie powolutku rozcieramy, najlepiej właśnie jakby była na mokro. Tylko właśnie przez to, że straciłem gdzieś szpatułkę. Nakładamy drugą warstwę. To jest coś takiego jak tutaj właśnie na tej masce. I też leciutko pod wpływem wody sobie zacieramy. No i teraz szpatułką albo jakimś patyczkiem sobie to formujemy. Możemy tam jakąś teksturę dodać. Proszę? Nie. Taki jakąś narośl. Jak troszkę przeschnie, bo to jest jeszcze za świeże, możemy sobie taką teksturę tutaj poddawać, czyli różne jakieś tam nacięcia, jakieś wyżłobienia i tak dalej. Troszkę ciężko mi się tak z góry, bo bym musiał stanąć naprzeciwko modelki i wam zasłonić wszystko, więc nie widzę tak dokładnie, co teraz działam. Znaczy widzę, ale wiadomo, że łatwiej jest naprzeciwko niż tak właśnie z góry. No i zobaczcie, mniej więcej jest jakaś taka może być jakiś właśnie grzybek. No możemy tam na przykład roga sobie dokleić, przedłużyć nos. Chcesz zrobić przedłużenie nosa? Tak, nakładasz sobie powolutku, musisz sobie doformować i możesz jakiś taki ptasi nosek zrobić właśnie. No tutaj wiesz, pokombinuj troszeczkę. I tu masz wodę. Możesz sobie lekko spsikać albo na palca, albo na tył pędzelka. Tym się akurat nie przejmuj. Jeśli mogę na chwileczkę. No i stopniowo zakładamy krawędzie. na przykład teraz kolorkiem możemy sobie domalować resztę. Czyli tam sobie wzmacniamy w tych ciemniejszych punktach, głębszych. Wiesz co, możesz. Na razie to chodzi o taki pokaz, że zobaczcie, jak porusza głową, to się trzyma bardzo fajnie.
Bardzo zachęcająca reakcja.
Wzmacniamy sobie ciemnym kolorem, żeby te wszystkie takie wgłębienia, no, wypukłości po prostu wyciągnąć, a te wgłębienia, żeby po prostu były takie bardziej trójwymiarowe. No, no. 15? No to już będziemy kończyć. Czy za 15 minut mam skończyć, czy tutaj? Dobra, to mam ile? 5 minut? Tak? Okej. No, tak żeby w miarę. No i teraz można sobie podkolorować troszeczkę. Mogę na chwilkę? Trzymaj. No i zobacz. I teraz tutaj możesz sobie zrobić strukturkę taką. Gołąb. No spróbuj. Możesz, no. Też na przykład, jeśli chcecie sobie przyspieszyć malowanie, możecie kupić mały kompresorek na AliExpress za 60 zł z aerografem. To znaczy tu jest aerograf już taki porządniejszy, taki dosyć droższy do detali, ale ten kompresorek tak na malowanie starczy około godzinki. Farbę nie musicie mieć profesjonalnej farby, która tam kosztuje krocie. Możecie sobie wykorzystać zwykłą farbkę do ciała, chyba że robicie na prostetyku, no to akrylowe, ale farby renesans. I nie używać farb akrylowych na ciało, tylko na prostetyk. Czyli najlepiej po prostu jak ten prostetyk jest ściągnięty, pomalować sobie, albo tak jak tutaj na maskę, no to wtedy przyspieszy wam to bardzo pracę. Nie wiem, czy ktoś używał, miał coś takiego w ręku? No, więc jak coś, to polecam, bo można bardzo fajnie sobie przyspieszyć pracę. Spróbuję tu jeszcze tak na szybko pokazać. Pożyczysz mi troszkę? to tu możesz podmalować ten nosek troszeczkę tym kolorkiem, proszę. A dobra, no możesz, no. No i delikatnie sobie tam możemy po prostu podcieniować. Zamknij oczy. I tak spróbuj końcówkę na trochę jaśniej. I tu ten czerwień, żeby trochę przymalować. I to można trochę rozblendować, jeśli nie malujemy całego. Ty masz kolor? Ty masz kolor. A tak można. Zamknij oczy. Przepraszam. Zamknij. Przepraszam. Coś się odkleiło. No i mniej więcej tak chciałem pokazać, co można zrobić z prostych rzeczy, które macie po prostu dostępne. No tu wam chciałem puścić jeszcze taką szybką prezentację, czym tak dokładnie się zajmuję. No podejdźcie sobie. Dobra, dzięki. rzeczy no, zazwyczaj ktoś musi wytrzymać, no bo no jeszcze się nie zdarzyło w każdym razie, no ale pewnie są takie sytuacje. Proszę? Nie, to znaczy wiesz, jeśli to robisz na silikonie, to no nie ma prawa to po prostu odpaść. No bo jak są sceny walk, na przykład we Władcy Pierścienia, no to musi się trzymać. Nie może komuś odpaść w pół twarzy nagle. I zobaczcie sobie, teraz chciałem wam pokazać. Tam były rogi robione z nici, wikolu. Wikol bardzo wzmacnia. I tu za chwilkę będzie jeszcze filmik z tymi rogami. Tylko tak jak mówię, takim moim konikiem to jest właśnie body painting i tym się teraz najwięcej zajmuję. No i tu są na przykład rogi z nici i wikolu robione. No i charakteryzację łączycie też przede wszystkim z body paintingiem. No. Coś takiego. Dziękuję. No, jak macie jakieś pytania, no to tam są kody QR, możecie zrobić zdjęcie i na WhatsAppie się będziemy łapać jutro. Jak ktoś chce mi pomóc też, bo też jest kilka zapytań o plany filmowe teraz właśnie tutaj na FSO, więc na pewno sam nie dam rady.
w tym roku mieliśmy Anka miała retrospektywę podczas festiwalu Nowe Horyzonty. Tam były filmy, tam były filmy wyświetlane, chyba 5 filmów, prawda? Tak, 5 filmów. I rzeczywiście to jest taki już dorobek, myślę, o którym można rozmawiać. Można zrobić retrospektywę, ale też chciałabym w takim
I wanted
tej naszej pracy grupowej
to say something in the context of our group effort,
też w kontekście takiego
something in the context of
nazwałabym go mikrobudżetowego.
micro-budget cinema. That's what we're talking about.
Budżety,
Movies that are made with little money, movies that are artistic, that are uncompromising.
na rok też staramy się produkować
And year by year, we try to
systemie starania się
produce them in a system of trying to acquire some public funding for them.
produkować jakby własną inicjatywą,
She wanted to create movies out of her own initiative, but over time,
instytucjonalnego.
she needed some institutional support. So this year we received funding for another development from the Art Institute, which really enables us to do more than just simple preparation work. So we are developing, and while we we stay faithful to what an ideal is. So in the time that it's so difficult to produce a movie, make a movie and stay faithful to yourself. Maybe you can ask questions later. Anka will focus on adaptation of movies and books for the movies. Thank you very much for coming. I think, as you put it, we've worked together for about a decade, and in fact, it's not an easy road. We started we said we started with low budget cinema. The last movie we made, A Man for Everything, I'll show some fragments. The budget is about 2 million. It's a low budget. And with support from the Institute. And in the Institute we have a priority, the avant-garde movies, the movies that are designed for museums and galleries. This was very, very aligned with what we do, and 2 of our movies were made due to that support. But I'm not the most prepared to talk about budgets and productions. This is always very frugal. A lot of it is kind of home methods, a lot of compromise. It's very freeing though, because you have to come up with things that would not be as difficult with larger productions. But this is demanding, but also at the same time very satisfying. When I thought about the meeting, there were certain things that were the most interesting that I thought about the conversations to have. So it cannot be just a discussion of cinema and films, but also about the coexistence of element that I work on movies with my husband. It's important to mention Sasna, and this our movies would not have existed without literature and books. So this literary texts are happening on many levels. The literary text is a source of a story. So in an adaptation act, most often it's a book, but also more fact-based literature that allows us to expand the context of a story. This is also very important, but also some story about a book. One of the movies is devoted to describing a book. This is something of an artifact, an object. It's a movie about a book as an object. The work on the literary text that is used for a movie, the most important is to assume a certain strategy towards the text that allows for an interpretation, personal interpretation. So it's something we could call getting involved in a dialogue with this text. I use this concept, active reader, and this concept supports my role as a director. And what does it mean to have this active reader and a director? Then in this adaptation act, well, this definition of adaptation, the most commonly used one, I don't think we fit that definition. I don't think so. But I think it's a loose adaptation, inspiration simply. And the adaptation act, when I'm working on my own screenplay, it is sort of a creative initiative which develops the idea of the movie. So it's the possibility to insert my subjective voice, my creative contribution, where this story gains a new look, which I go with as a reader and a director. Maybe it's not even very complicated, but it's demanding. But for me, it's always the first stage of it is when you have to deconstruct the literary text, which lets me divide the text into parts and elements, and I choose these elements to build a new reality, a film reality, which is very important. It's not a replica of the literary origin. It lets me put in a new plot, subplots, new motives, new characters, which expand the context and enable new interpretations, not just for me, but for the audience. In our cinema, Magda, as you said, authorship cinema, I think maybe experimental cinema, this kind of approach towards literature is quite necessary because creating new cinematic language, experimental language, can only be achieved by being a creative and destruction almost of the literary text, which after this deconstruction, you can, on the basis of that, you create a new cinematic language, which you use to tell a story and your own story. I don't know. This is about my work method. Maybe, perhaps it's not most clear. I want to show you using examples. I have an idea with a fragment, to show a fragment of movie preceded by reading a text. So it's going to be easier to understand the process. Not yet, though. This is just an intro. All our movies, except for Huba, which isn't literary. All other all four movies and the next movies are connected to the books. So chronologically, the site is nice from afar. We talked it during our workshop. This movie is now 15-year-old because I want to talk about it because it's not very obvious. It's not obviously connected to literature. It's a movie that came about through our reading, human involvement, and it's based on books such as Jan Tomasz Gross many years ago, 15, 16 years ago, when the Grosses' books were published, The Neighbors and Fear. There was a lot of lively discussions. These books are about, generally speaking, about the participation of Polish people in the extermination of Jewish population. I don't want to deal with this, but it's important because I take this movie, which is based on these books, these essays, and this public discussion. Even though it's a drama, I feel it's like an essay, cinematic essay, where we used the fragments of the book from Gross. Not as we used it as quotes, as part of the story. So the story about literature and its importance, it would not be quite unfair not to mention it. Huba is not based on literature, and you could say later that after the two movies which were really well based on literature, and we turned to literature as it's a change of direction. It's a really good idea, and it should be spread around so that we have that turn to literature. So don't look at literature as a source of stories and just adopt classic literature, which we have a lot of, but also for this to mean to have using the way of storytelling maybe some metaphors, all kinds of things which we can take out or carry out from the literary text. One movie that was shown yesterday, and it was called The Sun. Has anyone seen this? Yes. It's an important movie for me. First of all, it's the first movie that it was tied to literature. It was based on Alberta Camus, and I've always felt that I had to do something with this book. I was able to make a movie, and this is the first literary text which we used in The Sun, and one that we treated more liberally. And this is about Andersen fairy tale called The Shadow. It's a story about a man whose shadow becomes detached from them, and the shadow develops his own life and starts to stalk the main character. So it's the issue of a doppelganger and the theme that is common in romantic literature. So this shadow is a sort of a fear, and the fear that's personified in the alien. The way we did this here, when we expanded the context of Camus' existentialism, we extended it to perhaps commentary, public commentary. It was the beginning of the immigrant crisis. It was not yet as well defined as it is now. We had these boats arriving at Lampedusa, and we didn't know how it's going to end up, which is very important. This motive of reaction is going to be how this will resolve itself, and that's why I used Camus' book as a basis for this. We were looking at anticipating barbarians who were about to enter our European paradise. Still, the moral weight of it was not as crucial. I'm not going to tell the story here, since you've seen it. The main character is a bit different than Camus. There's certain connection between them. There's this feeling of being outside, of alienation of the world that they work in. Here, the reasons are a bit different, but living on the fringes of the society, not getting involved in life. In Marceau's example, it's simply isolation. Here, it's more a fear. He's afraid of taking the responsibility for the life and the reality. And that's just like in Camus' case. We have a collision, once on the level of literary level, and as to what Camus' existentialism did, and our more of a pundit character. We have a meeting that is different and alien. Our character Rafał is different, and the person that he by accident met on the beach. When it comes to the book, I read it many times in my life. A bit of an anecdote that I talked about before. I was 14 years old, and my dad used to read books, and he didn't know literature very well. And I have to read the book, The Alien. This is a book. Instead of the alien, he bought me The Stranger, and I read that book, and the book actually scared me. It was the first experience I had as a naive teenager. I read plenty, but I knew I had some premonition that this book is about something completely different than I initially understood. First thing, let me tell you about it. I knew the story very well. I knew what takes place in Camus' world, and for many of us, this discussion about the book, the discussion is still alive, is still current. I talked to someone at the publishing house, and there's a big comeback to Camus' work currently, nowadays. But I thought an adaptation gesture is some finding fragments or sentences which I think are most important in this text. And those are the key points which I should like to use to build my character's story. First is the death of his mother, maybe not even the death itself, but him being in the elderly care home, and the most important part, which is the moment of homicide. These are things that I built the whole story about. We don't have any existentialisms. We don't have Marceau being Marceau. I can say a bit, maybe it's not a different story, but a story built around the most important sentences. And the third moment, which is the second part, which I never really quite appreciated, which is the trial, but only found one sentences in the process, in the trial. And it's not the whole thing, it's just one sentence from the main character. And what was important about a funeral, the funeral. So Camus wrote that the reason Marceau was sentenced to death was not the murder itself, but the fact that he didn't cry at the funeral of his mother. So we look at the consequences that this sentence had. In the literary text, in Camus' text, there's a sentence which doesn't get uttered right before the murder, but is the key one to understand. Marceau says, I then thought that I could shoot or not shoot. He says it before the first meeting with the Arabs, and then he stays there by himself and follows that one person. It's that moment where we don't know what's going to happen, that we can shoot or we might not shoot. Then I thought that it's enough that I turn around and everything ends. These sentences are the most important to understand and rationalize his behavior. You can shoot or not shoot, or you can turn around and leave. So you have a lot of room to interpret this. That's what the book is about. So we have element of moral choice, and we can act in one or another way and feel the consequences of each of these choices. And in Marceau shoots the Arab. He shoots once, kills him, and then he shoots 4 more times. And those 4 shots seem to be the key. Why? Why? The question why? What was the meaning of these additional shots? When it comes to death, not only death, but sort of creating some mechanism, defense mechanism, isolation. Yeah, I agree. This is great. As many people as we have here, they may have a point of view on this. In the film, that sentence was key for me to build the scene. So then I thought, if we can shoot or not shoot or turn around and leave, meaning that there is some alternative realities which we can imagine. What if, which in our movie, which we don't see in Marceau, but for Marceau, that moment of choice was very short. But in the movie, that is much longer. What if I hadn't turned against that person? How would that have lead my fate? The way our character works in our movie is in agreement with what Camus sees and his existentialism, which implies that each of our actions is a defeat and a sort of is a moral defeat. This is the second scene, and then the third one is a trial. In the book is the second part of the book, and for us it's one scene. We see him for a short time in the prison. It's sort of a sign, road sign that I heard from Marceau in the book. I saw something like this. I read something like this in books already, and all of this seems to be a scenography, an improvisation. The trial is filmed in a theater manner. The actors speak their parts. This scene is a dual type of commentary. It's one for the words in the book, that it's sort of an improvisation, and perhaps maybe some punditry. We get into a reality that we recognize, and Polish reality, and the time that this took place. The final is, as you know, it's outside of literary ending, our commentary, somewhat of a punditry, public commentary, maybe not overdrawn, maybe not too direct. It's the type of a dialogue with this text, introducing the reality through punditry. We try to not have this public commentary. We didn't want to moralize, moral tone, to reduce its role as a morality tale. Can we see these fragments? The way it arranges itself, and how Camille mentioned Marceau having been punished not for the murder by the fact that he did not cry at the funeral of his mother. That means that the certain social norms became the safest is for the system, for the society, to claim these social norms. And we'll see. Let me read this text from the book. The first fragment is Marceau's stay before the funeral at some shelter, when he learned that his mother died, and it was proposed to him to stay by the bed of his mother, which he refused. And this is from the fragments that refer each other. I was woken up by some noise. The room was completely white. There was no shadow. All the lines were drawn with the painful brightness. Friends of my mom, about 10 of them, they were all in blinding light. They sat, their chairs made no noise, and I looked at all of them. I could not miss any detail. I couldn't hear them, and I could assume they didn't exist. And all women wore unflattering outfits, which made me see how overweight they were. Men had canes, and one thing about men was that they had so many wrinkles I couldn't see the eyes. Their mouths have imploded into toothless holes. I noticed that each of them turned their head and looked at me. I had the feeling that I was being tried. So this is the first moment of the trial. So I was, turn your attention to this formal solutions or approaches, so all these things.
To jest cicha scena, więc może...
Może pan zamknąć trumnę?
Ale inni chcą zobaczyć, pożegnać się.
Niech pan zamknie.
We'll skip this. So let's show a little bit of the trial. This is something I already mentioned. This is taking one of those sentences from the book and the context of the whole story. Our character is no longer Marceau in this.
Jak długo jesteście państwo czasem coś od rzeczy mówiła, że w jej pokoju paprotki się ruszają od drgania. A przecież to spokojna okolica, żadnych drgań nie odczuwamy.
Trochę byłem tym zdziwiony. Pan Rafał przyjechał, w ostatniej chwili wyjechał. Zaraz po pogrzebie. Jak to się mówi? Nie zapłakał nad grobem matki.
Czasami są agresywni, niebezpieczni, stawiają opór. Łodzie nie dopływają do brzegu. Dobijają na byle czym, w pojedynkę. Potem trudniej jest ich wyłapać. Miesiąc temu znaleźliśmy w lesie trupa.
Płakałem. Tak płakałem, że nic nie widziałem przez te łzy. Nic nie pamiętam.
Wstyd jest. Wszędzie teraz o tym piszą. No i znowu wyjdzie na to, że w Polsce jest antysemityzm.
To przecież są ludzie. Ale trzeba ich wprowadzić do społeczeństwa, nauczyć języka, jakiegoś zawodu. To mogę chyba tak powiedzieć, że miał w sobie ten spokój zbrodniarza. Na pogrzebie i w ogóle.
Wskazał nam miejsce, gdzie udał się przez nas poszukiwany.
Moja siostra wciąż go kocha, ale nie chce z nim być.
Wszystko szybko, matkę spalić i do domu, bo się urlop kończy.
No strach jest. Człowiek wsiada do samolotu i boi się. Na plaży, na ulicy, wiem, bo podróżujemy dużo.
Dopóki będą grasować nielegalni, będzie utrzymywać zagrożenie.
Szanowni Państwo, niech mi będzie wolno powiedzieć, ale o co się go oskarża? To nie tylko religia i wojny, także rozmnażanie się.
Dopóki będą grasować nielegalni,
To nie tylko religia i wojny.
W Polsce jest antysemityzm.
Żadnych drgań tu nie odczuwamy.
będzie utrzymywać się zagrożenie.
Nie chcę z nim być.
Tak płakałem.
W ostatniej chwili.
Wstyd po
To nie
prostu.
tylko religia i wojny.
Cienia smutku
Ale
nie
do grobu
widziałam.
Wciąż go kocha.
Wyobraziłem sobie, że zabieram go ze sobą do mieszkania, że daję mu ubranie, jedzenie, pieniądze i że on nie chce wyjść. Także zadzwoniłem do Oli, poprosiłem, żeby przyjechała, żeby go zabrała, żeby mi pomogła. Żeby mu pomogła. No. Czy ja już mogę wrócić do celi? Słońce. Słońce mnie oślepiło. Huk morza.
Pochylając się symbolicznie nad tamtym obcym, należałoby zapytać, dlaczego nie zostałeś u siebie, w domu?
Just to conclude this story about Camus, there are two more books that I would recommend, and they're also very interesting. They are in part of the literature. It's a book written by Dawood, and this is the case of Marceau. It's a type of... I played with this text because he played with the text. He wrote a book that's... The book, Camus' book starts with the mother has died, and his book starts with mother hasn't died. So this book takes a point of view of a brother of the victim of Marceau. So he's accusing us of us thinking in the categories of only white men's existence. And the person that got killed, the victim, we don't know the name of him. He doesn't utter a single word. And this is the same in the film. When we hear different voices, but he doesn't utter one word. And the other book that is somewhat as a counterpoint to this text, maybe is also related to Camus. It's the book by Ribon, who wrote an important book, The Return to Realm, about how we run away from our family, from our past, our humiliation, but we're still bound to return to it. This is about the life and death of a woman of the people, and this is this autobiographical story about how he gave his mother to a old folks' house, and what his reflections are on the current world. These are great books to ponder about the book itself and the movie. I thought I was going to show and talk about it, but I don't want to be too much into the detail, because one of the difficulties that one of the movies that I want to talk about is We Haven't Lost the Way, and this book I based it on is unknown in Poland. Now it's forgotten. He used to be known. He used to be published, but now forgotten. And this is a very modest book. I have it here. I want you to see how small it is, how in the script it is. It's not very thick. And this was issued in 1973. It was written in 1951. I don't have the sleeve. I just kept it. And this was my birthday present. I got it from my husband. He cost 3 złote. And he bought it because he liked the cover. So this is about like a story, real life story. It's sort of become a little bit outdated now. It's a love story. It's about people who used to know each other and used to fall in love with each other. Then they went their separate ways, and after a while, this man starts sending letters from different journeys to his former love, and these letters. The character, the female character, is very outdated. She has this trivial life that she leads, and then she gets these letters, and she really gets imbalance in her life as a result of these movies. She started preferring these letters she was receiving than her real life. So this has not aged very well, honestly. So what I liked about it was these two realities. So you have to tell the story of real life, and you have to merge it with some kind of fiction. And an observant audience member will see this disparity between real life and this alternative reality. And and there's this doctor, and there's the element of a bipolar disorder. So it's all happening is in the imagination. And the sufficient reason to confront this story was this contrast. It's something that I can say that Camus is a book of my life. For me, this film is really important, personally important to me, and I'm addicted to reading. And I wanted to make a movie about reading books and about a book. And what is it to get overwhelmed, get all involved in fiction, but what can getting enveloped in fiction gets so intense that a person would rather live a fictional life, to surround themselves with fiction, immerse themselves in a fictional world. Is it escapism? Is it escape from a reality? It was really helpful when I was doing it because of the pandemic. That worked for me in some way. It was important because after the pandemic, the main character that seemed originally who was sort of a misfit. So for us in pandemic, that actually became a new normal. We function in alternative reality. We were looking for a replacement. I wanted to show you a clip, which is towards the end of the movie. It's a ending, really. It is important because it shows the idea that I wanted to tell while I was telling about this book. This collision between real life and fiction. A man who surrounds themselves with the fiction, gets into the fictional world, who lives in a separate reality, alternative reality. They can be part of it. So the female character also, she gets the notebooks that he keeps sending her, and she treats that story as better than her own life, and she follows the main character, who simply makes up the whole story. So it's following a literary hero, literary character. So it's multi-dimensional, multi-level involvement in fiction. Additional important thing is that we actually did the shooting in this hotel. Perhaps, maybe if I was clear enough, but it's a type of summary of their story and their book. And the book is the character itself, and it's about getting into and following the false story. He travels with the main character. It's a couple. It's like a Don Quixote and two men basically traveling, looking for things that don't exist. comes to this hotel after some time. They are not there concurrently. The journey is towards a flaming lake. It's a place, it's a non-existent place. Yeah, this was shot here. And as far as this movie, I haven't mentioned it before, but this literary text works differently. It's not a source, but I also use what's written. Like here, the main character, she used some poetic lines, which was part of the story. But also, I mentioned the book as a small item in this shoot. So we had a beautiful photo album about Polish Baltic Sea, but that was a story about an object. I don't have much time left, but I want to speak about one movie, A Man for Everything. It's based on a Swiss writer, Weiser. I don't know if you know his work. He's going through maybe not Renaissance, but there's some kind of comeback. Not maybe even the literature, but his person is a person known for being a bit different than literature in 1910, where the book came out. He was mentally ill. He spent plenty of time in psychiatric hospital, and these are micrograms that he wrote in small script, which is being deciphered up to this time. It's a very tedious work. These are autobiographical stories. He worked as a servant. The English title is Assistant Polishes a Man for Everything. It's one of his most well-known book. My husband wrote the screenplay. That's why it went very fast. The work went very fast. It's a very different type of literature. It's dated to 1910. We had to deal with the realities and the costumes and the language and try to translate that. And what I think is important in this book is because it's very faithful, and the adaptation really, the movie is a faithful adaptation of a book, but with some intrusion, creative intrusion. On different temporal levels. We have the reality, Weiss's reality, and also there's a certain element of our contemporary world. So he travels between his book world and our own reality. He's a bit of a liaison between the two. It's interesting to introduce Józef Marti to our world because it's a very contemporary person. It's a capitalist and the world of hierarchy, living in a world of hierarchy. There's a lot of violent mechanisms, and in family and professional work. He's supposed to be the assistant of an engineer topper, and this is about someone, a working person. And this question, an issue of a working person, who are we in the system in which we function? So what does it tell us if a person from that time can exist and function in our current times? This is about entering the villa, which is the micro world in which he functions. It's a costume on many levels. Choreography, the costumes themselves. And one of the final scenes about all the events that happened and the formal solutions about the story, about the violence, about the model of working within our reality. There's something maybe, it sounds maybe too trivial, but it's kind of like men's world for me. Piotr Tojan is acting, Andrzej Konopka and Żulewska. I make big contractions here. is coming to join the world, literary world, using the train. This is my effort to contrast. When we were searching for some formal contrasts of literature from 1910. I wanted to say that this last part, this is part of our work, and this movie is a good fusion of our interest in literature, film, and my husband, who's a painter, he painted pictures that were part of scenography, and then the last frame here that you see, it's also a painting. And this art is present in this movie the most. And this because it's about books. I will wrap up with a book as well. We published a book that's connected to this film and talks about the writer, the interviews with actors. It's a bit of a summary. It's a year with Valser. This is really a closure for the whole story. We started with a book and we finish with a book. If you have any questions. Thank you very much. I think it's a great choice, not an obvious one. Some advice for starting filmmakers. Could you tell the title of the book? There's a movie. I know the book, I don't know the movie it's based on. What other advice you have for starting filmmakers? I have one piece of advice. Not is it just for the starting movie makers, but I have one rule that I keep. I have to read a lot before I make a movie. It's not just the text that I'm going to deal with, which you need to know by heart almost, although I'm not sure about. A good idea is, and what I do all the time, is look for context for the text and for the story that you want to tell. As I said, my first adaptation gesture is finding the most important element in the book for me. And I rarely, the construction of the text is the most important. I'm always reminded of work with poetry. Before you write a poem, we have to deconstruct the reality. We have to, it's kind of like painting an abstract painting. The choice of certain elements should tell us what's the most important thing in the book. I cannot imagine to follow the classical path of adaptation and thinking if the character is similar to someone in the book. Is it, if I replicate it, if I'm the right mirror for the material in the book, I don't want this. Other things should show in that mirror. As I said before, these little cracks an active reader. So that's the first work. I don't know if it's a good advice, if it's something that helps, but you have to actively read.
Książka ma rzeczy, których nie wyrzuciłem dla Państwa, byłaby...
I must say that Marcin Wicha is a very important character, so it's a big loss for us that he has passed. But not only this book, but all other books are a big challenge. Has mentioned this. Adaptation impossible. It's to measure up to the text, which is simply too much to adapt. Wicha is one of them. Things I haven't thrown is a great story to tell in a movie format. I love this book. I've read it more than once and listened to it. Who reads it? Who's the reader? Maybe he's reading it personally himself. Referring to this whole question and our conversation, and it's about translating. We are translators, and that came to my mind. The Heart of Darkness by Conrad, that was translated by The Heart of Darkness. It's a great play with Conrad's text. He modernized the reality and the text itself. But it doesn't make it easier for us, but maybe the story is closer to our understanding. Karpowicz is a great... I'm surprised that his books are not the source for movie makers. Dukaj. These stories are ready-made for screenplay. His book Love is great. A beautiful story. He's a writer who is very film-oriented. Wicha. I wanted to say that we look forward to working on a movie based on a book, based on stories. A great writer, Dominika Słowik, who has a book of stories called Self-Seeding. I can share this, and I chose 5 of these stories, and I came up with a new character that's based on each of the 5 stories, and it comes across all these 5 stories while disappearing in it. So the main character gradually fades and stops being important. when it comes to the sun, we don't have many dialogues. There are only two dialogue scenes. It's a big challenge about the world exclusively through images. It's sort of a document, so document form is very attractive to us. It's different. Me and my husband are always conducting this discussion. He is a proponent of using of a lot of film elements. He wants dialogue scenes, psychological profiling of the characters. I don't believe in this. I don't think it's necessary. Perhaps it's more difficult to tell the story without using these traditional means. I don't want to be I think the role of dialogue is overvalued. They're overestimated. They're overused in a way. We can say things, but things don't have to happen in events. We can have a kind of story that maybe colorizes the reality. Maybe something that's a contraction that says more than elaborate scenes. I don't know, maybe let's refer to this scene of dancing, which uses different type of language, like dance and music, instead of dialogue. In dialogue, you can find very quickly set up some links to the screenplay, but the question is, how do you build a narrative just with images? How do you not get lost? In the screenplay, I always have more dialogues. You ask about my husband's work. We are very disciplined when shooting. Improvisation requires a lot of discipline and a lot of understanding. With actors. And since we already have this group, it's easier for us. Even the dialogue scenes that are in the screenplay, I perversely, with perverse joy, I eliminate them in cutting. As I said, the point of departure must be. You cannot just tell people, have a little conversation here. Which are not very valuable for actors. They're very cumbersome for the actors. But improvised scenes come out from conversations with actors. I like this period before the shooting. So we prepare a long list of readings, and we have to go through them, and we haven't lost the way. The list is very long. That we recorded the conversations with actors. These are conversations about the books, their life, and all kinds of things. We haven't lost the way. Another book came out, The Death of Jesus, where the main characters discuss. There's tons of books and references, fragments, quotes. Sometimes it's inaccessible. I'm happy that someone recognizes it. It's wonderful. The improvised scenes must be really well prepared, and we have a lot of confidence in knowing what we want. Do you have any other inspirations in literature? Outside of literature? A man for everything. It's a persona of the writer, but it's also connected with the literature. So we try to explore who it was, who he was to have written such things. We use the world of art. It's also important. Very loosely, though. You ask about images or pictures. For my husband, it's from the film to the painting, but not the other way around. But the frames inspire him, frames from the movie. When it comes to him, I can't speak for him, but he he kind of denies it. He denies this connection.
No, ale tak, opowiadanie obrazem jest takim bardzo szlachetnym wyzwaniem.
Using images to tell a story, like Antonioni or French noir movies with long sequences when nothing is said. It's something that's worthwhile. And also, it's so that the image and movement is not still. We don't want still nature and a human contemplating the reality. We can start with a painting and we can build these metaphors and tell things. While writing this screenplay to Samosiejka, Self-Seeder, it takes place outside of the city. It's kind of like Millet, like the painters. It's some kind of life practice. We don't do it just apropos the movie. It's a way of incorporating this, that the search for images is part of our life and work. It's not something you force. It's really important. I remember a meeting at the film school. I love the cutting process. It's making something out of notes. And there's a feeling of freedom. It's kind of editorial work, yes. As if an editor was an honest editor working on a book. And that was the third or fourth year of cutting. And I said there should be poetry read during this process. This is the kind of thing that teaches the way of thinking, how to put ideas together. What means a verse, what's a verse in a literary work, what's a verse in a film world. And that's why I mentioned these sentences, looking for sentences. And I built my story around them and words. that don't have to be any exceptional quotes.
Bardzo dziękuję. Dziękuję bardzo za spotkanie o książkach.